Wherever we go, you can go too. Whether you're on the road, at the farm, or back in the barns, Walton Webcasting is there, streaming live to capture every moment and archiving the ones that you missed.
The grand champion Market Barrow this year's Tulsa State Fair.
Watch wherever, whenever.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Tell family and loved ones back home to head over to waltonwebcasting.com so they can watch from the comfort of their own home. Live shows are always free. Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics, Brad Howell Ford, Biozyme, Umbarger Show Feeds, Kennedy Ventures, Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
Thank you, Jolie. She even fiddled us up a little bit of rain. Nice job. Let's bring those Class 1 dark crosses to the SIF, please. Class 1 dark crosses.
things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Well, certainly, as we get into the third and final day here, the anticipation for David and myself to get into these crossbreds, man, we think we've seen some good stock so far this week, and excited to see what comes through those gates today. And I think if this first class is any indication of what we're going to continue to see today, man, it's going to be a fun day. I think as deep as the class is here on the top end, the young man's belted barrow wins and does so pretty handily. When we talk about one with the right kind of maturity pattern for a 230-pound barrow, yet he comes with extras in terms of bone and feature and stoutness. You get off to the side of him, and he just paints a beautiful silhouette of a show barrow, depth and softness to his center while still maintaining good proportions throughout or spot on. And then he's just so athletic and comfortable out of both ends of his skeleton. That's where he has a distinct advantage over the calico that comes in two. Calico that comes in two, awesome in terms of look up front. He's sharp-headed, he's sharp-necked. You study that one's jawbone and just the way he ties into the base of his chest. His front 1/3 and just the way his head and neck attaches are also neat. He's flat-backed, he's long and level out of his hip. He's a little grouchy out here, and that kind of takes away from him just a little bit. I need to moderate him in terms of his length of body and just make him proportion just a notch better. But that's a neat one from just a design, build, and stoutness standpoint. Young lady does a nice job keeping him collected. One that comes out next, a big-chested, round-bodied one that's really fresh in terms of muscle shape when you get right on top of him. He's a little frailer about his jaw. He's a little frailer about his arm. But more importantly to me, the longer we ask this one to drive, he just wants to search too much, particularly with his right rear. He wants to step outside of his body. We just got to keep him more collected in terms of the way he uses his hip and hind leg. That's another one that's very, very well presented. One that comes out of 4, the front shot of this one when he comes right out of the gate makes you take a step backwards. He's stout-headed, he's stout-jawed, he's got a tremendously big chest working in him, he's got a big forearm, he's as fresh as any of them when you get right on top of him. He's got beautiful turn and shape to his loin edge. So when I step off to the side of this guy, I just can't get him to balance quite as well, particularly the length of his hip and just the way he utilizes his rear leg. He's got to have a longer hip. He's just got to be more stable and secure in terms of the way he plants, pushes, and drives out of his hip and rear leg. Good built, good designed one that comes next in terms of just look ahead of his blade. He's good through the midsection of his body. He kind of wants to duck his pins and roll out of his hip there ever so slightly. I've just got to redesign him about his rear third and then just make him a notch stouter in terms of foot bone and feature. One that comes next, another one certainly worthy of discussion, the cheetah colored one, ultra tall fronted, short backed. He gets a little too upright in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He's too short out of his hip. I just got to give this guy more angulation and cushion from end to end, allow him to reach out here with more comfort and flex. But he's well presented, he's fresh, he's muscular. Really neat one that comes out of 7. Stout, well presented. He's just simply got to be bigger in kind. He's got to be later in terms of his maturity pattern. We worked through the rest of these, and I thought a really good class. Just need to tweak them a bit in terms of balance and build. Good way to start off the day. Let's put our hands together for those young people.
Class 1 Dark Cross winners. First place, Brian Holt from Shattuck. Second, Journey Danner from Altus. Third, Channing Goodson from Tecumseh. Fourth, Avon Heaton from Alva. Fifth, Corey Castle from Perkins. Sixth, Cannon Derrickson from Leedy. Seventh, Josie Felton from El Reno. Eighth, Annie Schneider from Sealing. Ninth, Madeline McLean from Leedy. And 10th, Peyton Brown from Central High. Showmanship winner was Journey Danner from Altus.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
We're starting off right here in Class 2 Crossbred Barrows. I believe they are dark crosses. Weight range is going to be 236 to 247. He already has his 6th through 10th place. He's going to pull out his 1 through 5. We're going to get you your class champion and then move on. We have 11 classes of dark crosses today. I believe they broke it up into 3 divisions. There'll be several picks at the end, and I believe we're going to go at least 10 to 15 deep in every division.
Pick it up a touch. Go, 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 go. Well, it didn't take long for me to lose my suit jacket up here on the hill today because it's warm out here, just not from a temperature standpoint, but as we get into this second class, man, I thought the first class was nice, but this second class, I think there's some heat within here for a lightweight barrel class. I think the 2 stouties surface to the top, and then within that pair, the young man's barrow that wins the class is just better designed from the side profile. He ties neater about the top of his neck into his blade. He's longer and leveler out of his hip. You get right on top of him. He's so fresh and shapely in terms of the crease to his loin edge. He's awesome from the side in terms of rib and body while still maintaining a good underline. And with all those extras, he's just so athletic out of his hip and hind leg. He reaches and goes with comfort. I think that's a nice pig to go ahead and win Class 2. The one that comes in second here, I like some things about him. He's got the advantage probably just in terms of stoutness of feature. Starts at the tip of his nose with an ultra stout head. He's got a big forearm. He's also probably got the advantage just in terms of rib shape and the roundness to the center portion of his body. You step off to the side of him, he's a little crestier right there at the top of his neck. He reads just a little shorter out of his hip and rump. That's getting critical, but when you get 2 good ones like that, we've got to get nitpicky. That's a good pair to go be ahead and be 1 and 2. Young ladies that comes out of 3, beautifully designed from the side view profile. His head and neck and extension up front is probably the best within the initial trio. There's just not as much hog there, particularly when you get into the center portion of his body. He wants to flatten through his rib cage and center. Then I've got to tie him differently right there to his ham-loin junction, lengthen his hip just a fraction. But his freshness, his look, his presentation, his ability to get out here and cover the surface allow him to go ahead and get to the top end here. Another good built, good designed one comes next. He's got a big chest when he comes out of the gate and comes right at you. He's sharp looking ahead of his blade. He's got good muscle and good shape. He's the biggest outline one of the initial 3 or 4, and as a result, he just doesn't pack as much punch. He's not as broad when he comes right at you. He's not as bold through the center portion of his body. I've just got to beef that guy up and give him more just punch from end to end before we can work him any higher. One that comes next, a killer from the side. You talk about an awesome kind of show barrel head. His depth to his jaw, his extension ahead of his blade, the way it transitions into the base of his chest. He's got a big forearm. He's fresh through the center portion of his body. He sits a little lower at the point of his shoulder, but more importantly, it's when he drives right at me. He's got to be stronger. He's got to be square from his chest, knee to ground, but from the side, that thing is deadly. He's presented to a T. My compliments to the young lady. One that comes out next, bold and wide when he comes right at me. He's awesome in terms of back shape and muscle when you get right on top of him. He's got to be stouter for the amount of heat he's carrying up high, but more importantly, it's when I get off to the side of him, he kind of wants to duck his spine just a little bit. He wants to get shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. These next couple, we can kind of let them roll out together. A bigger outline, shapely one there. Needs to be softer through the center portion of his body. Then we round out the class with some that have muscle and shape. They've got that look we're after. They just need to be more functional in terms of their feet and legs. Awesome class 2 there. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Your results in Class 2 Dark Crossbred Bears. And first is Nicholas Armitage from Yukon. That's a buckle up on a backdrop sow raised by Steel Show Pigs. And I believe that that specific pig was bought at perfect timing. And second is Ryder Waitman from Dibble. And third, Hallie Harrell from Minko. And fourth, Amy Haymaker from Hennessy. And in fifth, Rachel Palmer from McCurtain County. We're now working into Class 3 Dark Cross Bears. 51 in the class with a weight range from 248 to 253. After this class, we're going to get into Class 4, and then following Class 4, we're going to get into our division. Class 3 Dark Cross Barrows. He has 3 pin back. We're going to get our top 10. There's a few in the pins already, so that young lady's going to catch a pin. That'll be Ava Gilcrease. Already in the pins, we have Sutton Strika. I believe that that is Kylan Camp. And then I did not get Macy McCrary from Muskogee is in the 2 pin. Did not get a read on the 4 pin. And 7-2-3 is going to go in 6. Five, 1, 6 is going to go in 7. Oh, never mind. We'll go in 8. And he has his 6th through 10th place. We're going to pull out the top 5. Mr. Striker comes out of the 1 pin. And 978 is going to go in 5th. That's going to be Langston Claiborne from Pauls Valley. Macy McCrary from Muskogee goes in 4. Ava Gilcrease in 3. Sutton Strike at N2, and Kylan Camp wins your class.
As we get into this next class, I think it becomes close between the pair. The young man's better built one goes ahead and wins the class. When you talk about proportions, when you talk about angles and joints, the angle and set to his shoulder blade, the cushion to his lower joints, and just the way he utilizes his skeleton, I think is where he has the advantage. You step off to the side of him and he balances better in his top line. He's leveler out of his top. He hooks up better right there through his ham-loin junction. He doesn't come with as much horsepower as the Barrow in second, but I think he's simply the better built, more comfortable option within the pair. The one that comes in too, he comes with more chest, he comes with a rounder body, he comes with more muscle and shape when you get right on top of him. He gets a little softer on his front feet, a little crestier right there at the top of his neck, but more importantly, it's when I step off to the side of him, he doesn't balance as well as the Barrow that wins the class. He gets just a little longer bodied, he gets easier in his spine, wants to pull apart right there at his ham-loin junction ever so slightly. I'd like to clean him up just a shade back there in his rear flank also. That's a little pet peeve of mine. That's a high-quality pig to go ahead and be in 2. One that comes in 3, beautiful in terms of just skin and hair and presentation. He's got an awesome show barrow head on him. Of the initial trio of Barrows, he's the flattest through the center portion of his body, and I've just got to give him more cushion to his shoulder, lengthen him out of his hip and rump, and just allow him to go with more athleticism and more comfort out here. His freshness, his shape, his look, his skull, all those things work in his advantage. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. One that comes out of 4 is one that I penned back early, and I thought this one could potentially be the one to go ahead and use in this class because he is a big-armed, round-bodied, fresh-backed one when you get right on top of him. The longer the drive goes, he's shorter out of his hip and rump, and as a result, he just doesn't utilize his rear leg with the same kind of comfort level as the Barrows ahead of him. He wants to get shorter stepping. He wants to step outside of his body. But again, from a freshness and muscularity and stoutness standpoint, he does all those things exceptionally well. He's just got to be more collected and more comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. One that comes out of 5, fresh backed one. You get right on top of this guy. He's broad backed. He's creased up. He's got tons of shape and expression. This is one I just got to change again from a skeletal build standpoint. You study him up through his shoulder and his front end. He's too upright in his blade. He needs more cushion to his lower joints. He just needs to be looser hinged from both ends of his skeleton. But man, he is fresh. My compliments to that young man and his family. They've done an awesome job of getting that one ready. One that comes out next, another stouty. You start at the tip of his nose and study just the shape to his skull. He's a big forearm, big-legged one. He gets a little easier in his spine, and then the way the young man shows him and gets into his top, that doesn't help things any. He gets on his back, and he wants to duck there and kind of just pull apart in his top line like he did right there. He's simply got to balance better and piece together better from the side view profile, but that's one you can't deny just in terms of extra stoutness, bone, and feature. Big outline one comes here. Unfortunately, got a little water in his ear on the redrive. We give him a minute to get recollected and pull himself together, and when he does, he's just too tight hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. You like his jawbone, you like his forearm, you like his muscularity. He's one that's just got to grab a gear and go with more comfort level off of both ends of his skeleton. We work through the rest of these, a bigger outline, well presented one here, just needs more rib shape, body, and flesh. Then we run into a couple stouties that just need to be better in terms of their feet and legs. Depth of quality within that particular class was very, very good. Let's put our hands together for those young people.
Your results out of Class 3 Crossbred Barrows. Casey Camp from Laverne takes first. In second, Sutton Striker from Yukon. In third, Ava Gilcrease from Turner. In fourth, Macy McCrary from Muskogee. And in fifth, Langston Claiborne from Pauls Valley. Congratulations to all involved behind that. Do not have any pedigree information. Don't know where Coy is. He usually takes care of that. But I'll try to get it to you by the end of the drive. We're now rolling into Class 4 Dark Crossbred Barrows. After this class, we're going to roll into a division. Have 49 in the class. Excuse me. Weight ranges from 254 to 259. And Mr. Hilty is making his way up the hill. Nice pig comes out of the gate, and that one's had a very nice jackpot career. I believe they've won a bunch with that one. Don't quote me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is a TKO pig, and that's going to be 853. Caitlin Dufer from Caddo. And Bradshaw Bunt catches the next pin. And that young lady's going to catch a pin. 833. Jaylee Voigt from Glencoe. That young lady's also going to catch a pin. It's going to be 106. That's going to be Haley Beeren from Kingfisher on that last pin. That young man's going to catch a pin. That's going to be 240. Tucker Williams from Kingfisher. That young man's going to catch a pin. That'll be Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. That young lady's going to catch a pin. 5-5-1. Kelly Bradshaw from Piedmont. .052 catches a pin. .960 catches your next pin. Brooklyn Webster from Lindsay. Next young man that'll catch a pin is going to be Dax Inman from Mulhall, Orlando. coming out of the first pen. That'll be Caitlin Dufer. That'll start us off on our top 10, I believe. And she'll get another pin. Bradshaw bunt goes into the 2 pin.
Easy, that's good, you're good.
Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon goes into your 3 pin.
Doctor, just big circles. Nice and easy, you're fine. Pace it.
He is making his 6th through 10th selections right here. Going to bring out the first 5. I believe coming out of the first pin, that's Caitlin Dufer. In 2, Bradshaw Bunt. In 3, Hagen Cundiff. In 4, Dax Inman. And then in 5, Kelly Bradshaw. And TKO has had a really nice Barrows show. Was champion and 3rd out in the Hampshires yesterday. Both incredible pigs. I believe the champion was a pass the hat, and the 3rd overall was an all out. Dax Inman will go into the 4 hole. Bradshaw bunt in 3, and that leaves Hagen Cundiff and Caitlin Dufer. Awesome top pair. And our last class of Division I. Definitely going to be high up in the lineup, I believe. Caitlin Dufer in second. Hagen Cundiff's going to win your class. And we'll let Hilty tell you how he likes them.
Well, they got a really good class to round out this first division. And the pair of barrows that surface here, they're barrows that complement each other very, very well. There's some give and take here, so I think within this pair, it becomes close. Ultimately, I think the best built one, best skeleton one that still brings some extras in terms of foot bone and feature wins the class. This one's angle to his shoulder, his cushion to his front knee, his just ability to reach out of his front skeleton. Same thing could be said about the rear skeleton. He's longer hip, he's cleaner hocked, he's just more comfortable off of both ends. He's not as wide, he's not as bold, but I think for a lightweight division, this one's certainly adequate in terms of the amount of horsepower he brings to the table. Good pig to go ahead and win this particular drive. One that comes in too, I'll be honest, this is the one I gravitated towards initially because he is a horse. When he comes right at you, he's opened up in his chest, he's round bodied, he's so fresh and shapely when you get right on top of him. The longer we drive him, he wants to tighten off of both ends of his skeleton. He's just not designed as well as the barrow that wins the class. He's crestier right there at the head of his neck, or at the top of his neck. He's shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. You step right in behind him, you've got to square him just a fraction from his hip hock to ground, but there's no denying his extra bone feature and width that he brings to the table. That's an interesting pig to go ahead and be in two. The safe, practical one comes out of 3, just awesome skeleton. Shoulder set and angulation, the cushion to his front knee, just his ability to get out here and cover the surface is flawless. He's just got to come with more feature for me. He gets frailer about his jawbone. He gets frailer about just his forearm and his feature in general. You get right on top of him, he's the plainest just in terms of his back shape and muscularity, but he is so good built. That's what allows him to go ahead and get into the top end of this particular drive. Neat one comes out next. Awesome kind of just head and head carriage on this guy, the way he ties into the top of his blade. Then you study his jawline and the way it ties into the base of his chest, his front 1/3, and just the way his head attaches to him is as unique as anything within this particular drive. Of the initial 3 or 4 barrows, he's the flattest. When you get right into him, he's flatter through his midsection. I've just got to expand him, give him more horsepower, and I think he's also a notch frailer, but man, his look, his design, his build, his flexibility, those are all spot on. Good pig, driven to a T. My compliments to that young man. A black one that comes out next, he gets a pen just in terms of freshness and muscle shape. He's good ribbed, he's good bodied. He's so big bodied that it almost works to his undoing. He gets a little looser there in his in the back portion of his flank, just maybe throws him out of balance a notch. I've got to tie him differently right there at his ham-loin junction, but his look, again, his comfort level and just his freshness allow him to go ahead and get to the top end here. The black-headed one that comes next, another one that's so good just in terms of a rib body and the softness to the center portion of him. He's got a good look ahead of his shoulder blade. He's got a big forearm working in him. I got to make him longer and leveler out of his hip and rump and just make him stay more collected in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. Stouty comes out of 7, certainly one you admire just from a bone and stoutness perspective. Awesome kind of head shape, great big limbs working on him. He gets too soft on all 4 corners. I've got to air him up and just make him stronger footed and then let him go with just another gear and another speed as he goes across the surface. But I thought he needed to be discussed just in terms of that extra feature that he brings to the table. We worked through the rest of these, and a lot of it these grab pens in terms of freshness and shape. They've got to be better built. A couple of them got to be stouter featured. Good class to round out the vision. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Your results out of Class 4 Dark Cross Bears. And first, we have Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. No pedigree information behind that one just yet. In second would be Caitlin Dufour. That one's a Pass the Hat, bred by TKO. In third is going to be Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. In fourth is going to be Dax Inman from Mulhall, Orlando. And in fifth is going to be Kelly Bradshaw from Piedmont. We're going to get into our Division 1 Crossbred lineup. I believe we're picking close to 20 of these. Out of your first class, we're going to bring in Brian Holt from Shattuck. Class 2, Nicholas Armitage from Yukon with a buckle-up backdrop from Steel. And that pig was purchased at perfect timing. And then Class 3, we have Kaysen Camp from Laverne. And then Class 4, we have Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. And we've seen a lot of buckle up in the last couple of days. He's kind of been all over in the crossbred shows, and I know there were a lot of gilts that were out of buckle up that made the sale. I've seen a lot of buckle up towards the top of the class, whether it's been the Hamps or the Darks. I think there were even maybe a couple of lights had buckle up on the top side of that. Just a reminder, if you are on the fairgrounds, make sure and go get your Wild Bunch button. I don't know how much longer that's going to go on, but make sure and get one to support the kids, support the program. It's a really good deal. Pay tribute to one of the best, or some of the best ag teachers that Oklahoma has seen. And it looks like they're kind of bringing it down between 2, 3, and 4. And Mr. Hilty has made his decision.
Well, I always enjoy when we come to the conclusion of a division to get David up here and get his opinion. It's always fun to tell him what I'm seeing and vice versa, listen to what he sees. And I think we see this this division a whole lot alike. And before we get too far into this, maybe I got ahead of myself just a shade there. What an awesome set of pigs. Let's give these 4 young people a great big round of applause. You know, we think all 4 of them represent their particular class very, very well. But when we talk about building them with extras in terms of foot, bone, and feature, making them fresh in terms of back shape and muscularity, then making them just comfortable in terms of the way they reach and go out of their skeleton, there's one out there that hits us extremely hard from that standpoint. Young man right here in the center's got him.
Our winner from Division 1 comes from Class 2. That's Nicholas Armitage from Yukon. They'll bring Ryder Waitman from Dibble to the ring.
Again, that is a buckle up on a backdrop sow from Steel. That was purchased at perfect timing this past year. Congratulations to him and everyone behind that. That brings out Ryder Waitman from Dibble for your reserve D1 honors.
We get ready to name your reserve here in this first division of crosses, and I think there's a lot of different ways you could go. There's some out here that that are awesome built that maybe you wish had just a little more shape and width when you get right on top of them. We got a really stout one that maybe just doesn't tie together quite as well through his hip and the ham-loin junction there. And then, you know, all things considered, when you study skeletal quality, ability to just get out here, cover the surface, being good ribbed, good bodied, proportional, fresh back, real strong when he comes right at you. Young man right here in the yellow's got the next one.
Your reserve out of that division is going to be Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon with a fully loaded, raised by Mark Gray, sold at sale in Stillwater. And that's going to bring in Caitlin Dufert with the Pass the Hat bred by TKO. And Mr. Hilty has made his decision.
We get ready to name your third out within this lightweight crossbred division, and I think it becomes close between a pair of them here in the center of the ring. One of them's better balanced and maybe just better in terms of the way he handles his feet and legs. Another one comes with extras, and we'll take all the extras that you can bring us as long as you can keep it in a balanced, attractive package that can get out here and cover the surface. That's maybe where we'd like to change the stout one, so we keep gravitating back to the one that is good in terms of his skeleton, still brings you some extras in terms of bone, feature, and freshness. And he's a lightweight barrow that looks like he's on his way up. That's the young man right here in the corner. He's got your third out.
Our 8th selection comes from Class 4. That's Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. Dax Inman will come to the ring. Kelly Bradshaw, you are now on deck for Class 4. Number 9 comes from Class 2. That's Hallie Harrell from Minco. We'll introduce Amy Haymaker from Hennessy to the ring. Rachel Palmer, you're on deck for Class 2. Number 10 comes from Class 1. That's Journey Danner from Altus. That'll bring Channing Goodson from Tecumseh to the ring. Avon Heaton from Alva, you're on deck for Class 1. Number 11 comes from Class 1. That was Channing Goodson from Tecumseh. That'll bring Avon Heaton to the ring. Corey Castle from Perkins, you're on deck in Class 1. Number 12 comes from Class 1. That was Avon Heaton from Alva. Corey Castle will come to the ring. Cannon Derrickson from Leedy, you're on deck for Class 1. Number 13 comes from Class 4. That's Dax Inman from Mohall. That will bring Kelly Bradshaw to the ring. Haley Beeran from Kingfisher, you're on deck in Class 4. Number 14 is Ava Gilcrease from Turner. We need Macy McCrary from Muskogee in the ring for our 15th and final selection. Our 15th and final selection for Division I sale lineup is Macy McCrary from Muskogee. Congratulations to our Division I Dark Cross exhibitors. Let's bring Class 5 Dark Crosses. We need Class 5 Dark Crosses in the SIFT.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Well, as we go ahead and get fired up with this next division of these dark crosses, I think we've got a good class to work through. I do think there's some give and take within this initial trio. I just kept coming back to the young ladies painted up Barrow from the aspect of I think he's the best built one. When you study him just from a design and silhouette standpoint, the way he hooks up through the front 1/3 of his body, he's the longest and levelest out of his hip, and then you step right in behind him, he's the most secure and comfortable in terms of the way he utilizes his hock and just his rear skeleton. He's not the bulkiest anywhere, but again, I think everything just fits, matches, and balances so well, and then the skeletal quality advantage allow him to go ahead and be your class winner. She does an awesome job of getting that one driven. The one that comes in too does just offer more punch through his forerib and the center portion of his body. He's got more spread and dimension when I get right on top of him. He wants to sit a little lower at the point of his shoulder, but more importantly for me, when I step right in behind him, he gets a little coarser about his hock joint. I've got to give him more spread to his rear toes, square his rear toes, and just allow him to go more secure in terms of the way he goes out of his hip and rear leg. But his freshness, his muscularity, his back shape all allow him to go ahead and get competitive within this drive. The one that comes next, very intriguing, and there's some good parts and pieces to the barrel that comes in 3. When you talk about making them big-chested and round-bodied, this guy is so good in the outward curvature and shape to his forerib and just the center portion of his body. He's big-backed and fresh when you get right on top of him. He comes with some extra stoutness and feature. He gets too straight out of his shoulder and front end, and more importantly, I've just got to lengthen him out of his hip. If we lengthen him out of his hip and make him more secure in terms of the way he uses that hip and rear leg, we could potentially run him to the front end of the class, because where he's good in terms of chest, rib, and body, man, he's awfully good. I just need to tweak him in that one particular area. Another well-presented one comes out next. He's got good edges up high when you get on top of him. Tremendous just shape coming out of the backside of his blade. Comes back into a big hip and stifle. He leaves you with flair as he goes directly away from you. Of the initial 4 Barrows, he's the frailest in terms of his feature. He gets frailer about his jawbone. His forearm needs to be stouter. He just needs to be a stouter individual from end to end. But man, his design, his flexibility, his freshness are all spot on. Young man does an awesome job of getting that one driven. Big rib, big bodied, painted up one comes out next. The depth to his heart and the depth to his forerib is next level. He still maintains a good underline in terms of proportionality. It's his front end that gets him in trouble for me. He's a little crestier right there at the top of his neck. He's a little thicker at the base of his chest. I've just got to extend him, make him prettier fronted, hook him up just a little differently right there through his ham-loin junction. Young lady does a good job with that pig. One that comes next, one that I penned initially right out of the gate because he's good-chested, he's got some rib and body, he's functional in terms of the way he handles his feet and legs. Of the initial 5 or 6 Barrows in this class, he's the plainest when I get right on top of him. He's too bland in terms of his top shape. I just got to give him more crease and sharper edges, but his design, his silhouette, his function are all very, very good. Young lady does a nice job. One that comes out next, we can let these next couple roll out together. We've got a couple big-chested, muscular ones that just need to be more functional in terms of their skeleton. They've got to be looser hinged off either end. They just got to be more functional as they get out here and cover the surface. Nice class to work through. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Class 5 dark crosses. First place, Anna Frankie from Covington Douglas. Second, Madison Rich from Stratford. Third, Clay Dorman from Lindsay. Fourth, Brody Fox from Purcell. Fifth, Olivia Brumley from Ninnekal. Sixth, Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. Seventh, Austin Wood from McLeod. Eighth, Kara Elliott from Tipton. Ninth, Evelyn Grady from Collinsville. And 10th, Macy Brown from Central High. Showmanship winner was Evelyn Grady from Collinsville.
So we'll try to give you a quick update here on some things from this morning as we're into the second class of dart crosses. Here I'm joined with Brock Heron. Brock's been kind of eyeballing the show, I think, all morning, so he's going to obviously be able to probably share with you and tell you a little bit more than I did. But I know that first off, we'll just get through the Class 5 that you just completed. We just completed. I know Anna Frankie won that class. That pig sired by All Out. Boar's been on quite a run here this week, and bred by High Point Genetics. Second in that class was Madison Rich. Madison's gilt is a picture of this and come to from Mostetler. Third was Clay Dorman with a buckle up and bred by Decker. Fourth was Brady Fox, and fifth was Olivian Brumley. So it's there, but now we're in Class 6. But Brock, you want to talk a little bit about that first division?
Yeah, have we shared any of the pedigree information or anything like that this morning with anyone?
I'm not sure we have. I've been at the cattle show and stuck my head in at the sheep show, and I'm kind of behind.
Okay, well, the champion in Division 1 was shown by Nicholas Armitage from Yukon. That gilt is that bear, I should say.
We said gilt too many times.
Yeah, we're kind of stuck on the gilt thing. He is a buckle-up backdrop. That pig came from Steel Show Pigs. Interestingly enough, he sold at PT. He was a mate to the champion at the bear battle. So congratulations, Nicholas. Once again, buckle up, backdrop from Steel, was champion in the first division.
They said that pig, actually the Barrow battle pig showed yesterday as well.
He did, yeah. He was in the upper end of things in the light crosses. The reserve in Division 1 was Hagen Cundiff from Perkins Tryon. He is a fully loaded from Mark Gray.
Yeah, that was a good pig. I think I remember that one again as a little one. That was the pig that Mark and them sold there at that pig sale they had there in Stillwater.
Absolutely,
Good pig.
Congratulations to them. You know which one was third in D1?
The bronze, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
That little one.
Yep, Class 1. Brian Holt from Shattuck. We don't have any pedigree information on him at the moment. But that was a very nice pig. Came from Class 1. Congratulations to Brian Holt.
So we're rolling along through here. For those of you that are tuned in, there's 11 classes of crossbreds that we'll be showing here today.
There's going to be 3 total divisions, is that right?
That's correct. We got confirmation on that. I guess we'll do that after division or Class 8. We'll select another division champion.
Okay, awesome. That pig got pinned pretty fast a minute ago. That hog's really striking from the side.
Very cool look. $63.70. Going back pretty quick too, huh?
Yeah, I could see why. It's a really nice pig. The next one that comes out, I believe that's Miss Sharp. He's a buckle up, I know. Mate to blow and smoke at upper hand. Just got some insider information there on the pig that went in pin 1.
Yeah.
He is a hat trick. Stay classy. I'm not sure the breeder. Pin 1. Pin 1 hat trick, stay classy. Yep.
What is hat trick? Do you know?
Hat trick is a tricked out son at a premium blend.
Yeah.
Travis Perry raised him. He's had a few pig crops. I had some litters at him right off the bat, and they fed really well. Miss Norvell there in the white vest is going to go back in pin 2.
Bear looks nice.
That is a real that one looks like something that Mr. Liston would drag to the pig show. I'm sure he's excited about his project.
think they've got a pretty busy day today. I think Norvell told me they had steers showing and the Barrows all showing, everything today. So
that's a lot. That's a lot.
It is.
A lot of things happening.
They
there.
won division, the first division of steers this morning. I seen that really cool calf.
Are they showing crossbreds all day?
All the crossbreds are today. Yep.
Awesome.
5 or 6 divisions of them, I think. A lot of people at the cattle show today.
Oh, I can see why.
Showing all the crossbred lambs today.
Young lady, the redheaded young lady there in the dark blue shirt, that's Miss Goodson. That may have been the champion at Pottawatomie County.
That is. That's the Tres Amigos pig that won our county show. Oh.
He looks like it, quite frankly. I'm not sure what he is, but that's what he looks like from my perspective.
I could probably verify that here.
Mr. Jervis is coming out next. And I think we can honestly say, as we've watched the entire gilt show and the vast majority of the Barrows, there is not a better mullet that has came through the show ring.
Yep.
It's even got a little strawberry blonde to it.
It does. I like the cut, but if you notice, have you seen when it hits the light in different places in the ring?
Right.
It kind of glows.
That's got a lot of different colors to it, yeah. That's kind of a fellow redhead. I think that's pretty neat.
That pig from Trace is a quite frankly no huddle. Yep, that's what that one was.
That's a pedigree that makes a lot of sense.
Just got confirmation there, yeah. From the one of the Traces themselves. Must not be doing a lot of work today.
Oh, I feel like he's
one of the Traces anyway.
He's kicked
I wonder
back
if the
every
others
day.
are working. So.
I'm sure Houston wore him out.
Yeah, that pig there that we're talking about. That's one of those. That was one of the highlight pigs there at Traces that sold there at Holy Smokes.
Oh, good. Molly Noyes went in pin 5 there. Not sure what her pig is, but I bet we can figure that out. You know, Todd, there's a lot of excited show dads and moms ringside.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they're all taking second to Mr. Norvell. I wish we could pan over and show the crowd his excitement ringside.
Where is he at?
He's been running around a little bit, but he was going this way.
He doesn't stand still.
No. I think it's funny, though, as you look over at his daughter, she's just nice and chill, just hanging out.
Hey, and that one right there, I'm going to tell you, have you seen her? Have you seen the way she shows? I mean,
this is her first year up here, I believe.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, on it.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, they both are, yes.
It's amazing to watch her handle that calf. I mean, she handles a calf. I mean, just like anybody out there.
It's awesome. The young lady in the yellow there going across your screen, that's Miss Cundiff. They've had a really nice
They've had a
show.
good run, man.
Yeah.
I tell you what, they got the gilts, the Barrows, everything. I mean,
they had 3 or 4 or 5 gilts make the sale, and their bears have been really strong so far, too.
Family does a very good job,
Yes.
year in and year out.
This is a good class. He's probably going to rework several on the upper end of things here, it looks like.
Well, we are in the heat of the day. I mean, anytime you get in the 60s and 70s here at OIE, I mean, you can kind of expect it.
Right. Once again, this is a hat trick coming out next on a Stay Classy sow, if you're interested in that.
Pig's got a cool look. Big old square chest in him.
You know, when I saw that hat trick boar, he ran uphill just like that and had a big old wide forerib, and he's passed that on to that pig, looks like. Sailor shows her pigs just as well as she shows her calf, looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Todd?
You know, we talk about genetics and how genetics work a lot. It is a great thing that them girls get their genetics in the show ring from their mother.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, Mama works them pretty hard there if you go to the house and see. I mean, she's...
Oh, yes.
Speaking of families, it's done a good job. This Goodson family has done extremely good. I'm real proud of them. They're hometown people, but
for a long time
they've done an extremely good job.
Yep, she takes no break, shows year round. She had the reserve grand at Tulsa in the Barrows show a few years ago.
Team JD there. Coach JD, where's he at anyway? I bet that's another one that's hyped up ringside. $24.54 looks like making our way back.
That's a Glory Days from Team Sloan that went in 6th there. Miss Bennett is showing.
Glory Days. Five is 40-26. Or 4, sorry.
I'd be interested to know what that pig in 4th is.
Yeah, young man in the yellow shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Thing's a stout one.
He had a ditch in his back. He's been literally carrying water around since he came in earlier. I think that's a Southwest Unlimited.
Wow.
Miss Goodson wins. Congratulations to her.
Well, another really good class to work through, but never in my mind was I not going to start with the young lady's flag-tailed Barrow. He comes out here and does so many things right. You talk about some extra stoutness, a feature. He's got a big forearm. He's so good through his forerib and the center portion of his body. His depth, his outward curvature is tremendous. You get right on top of him. He's got a ditch working down his back. Study the length of his hip and just the way he utilizes his rear leg for one that's got some extras to him. He stays so comfortable out here. That's a good pig to go ahead and win this particular drive. I think it gets close between 2nd and 3rd. There's some trade-offs within the pair of Barrows. I thought the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me was just the more comfortable one, particularly the set to an angle to his shoulder, the cushion to his front knee, just the way he reaches and goes off of both ends of his skeleton. I've got to change him right there at the crest of his neck in comparison to that class winner, but that's a stout, burly one that just maintains a good comfort level out here to go ahead and be in 2. The one that comes in 3, really attractive in terms of just his head and neck and the way it attaches to his body. He's got a great big forearm working in him. He gets a little too straight out of his blade and just his front end. He wants to search too far outside of his body with his just hip and rear leg. I've got to make him more secure. I've got to make him more stable in terms of the way he plants and drives. But his freshness, his body shape, his look allow him to get competitive within this drive. One that comes in 4, absolutely maxed out in terms of just chest and rib, and you get on top of him, he's potentially got as big a back as anything we've seen thus far in the show. He's just got to balance better for me. He gets crestier at the top of his neck. He gets easier in his spine. He gets shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. But, man, if you like extremes, he is big chested, big backed. He's just got to fit together better proportionally for me. Young man does a nice job of getting that one driven. One that comes next, just comes in a little more practical fashion. He's good designed, he's good built, he's good through the midsection of his body. He gets a little more refined just in terms of his jawbone and his feature. I've got to stouten him up and then make him come with some more extras in terms of just the amount of width and power he comes with. He's fresh, he's shapely, all those things work in his favor. The one that comes out of 6, one that resembles the Barrow that was in 4th a lot, just in terms of bone, feature, and stoutness. He's a big-chested one. You can say the same things about him. When you step off to the side of him, he gets easier in his spine, he gets higher in his jump muscle, he gets shorter and steeper out of his hip. But man, his bone, his feature, his stoutness, his ruggedness, all those things work in his favor. Allow him to go ahead and catch a pen out here today. Next one that comes out, a young lady does a nice job of getting this one driven. He is stout, and wide. He's so wide, he just almost gets outside of himself. His elbow pocket sits outside of his body when he drives right at you. He's got to be more collected. He's got to be more comfortable. He just got to grab a gear and cover more surface out here. She does a nice job getting that one stuck. We work through the rest of these. We've got some muscular fresh Barrows. Just kind of ran into a tough class. One here needs to tie differently and be a little longer hipped. Ones here just need to be stouter and better balanced. I thought a really good class to work through. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Dark Cross winners. First place, Channing Goodson from Tecumseh. Second, Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset. Third, Tatum Smith from North Rock Creek. Fourth, Cooper Herrenbrook from Oklahoma Union. Fifth, Molly Noyes from Morrison. Sixth, Presley Bennett from Yukon. Seventh, Braxy Sharp from Wacomas. Eighth, Gadsden Jervis from Blanchard. Ninth, Kara Cummins from Hollis. And 10th, Ava Gilcrease from Turner. Showmanship winner was Braxy Sharp from Wacomas.
quickly here, we'll get you some results out of Class 6. Winning that class was Channing Goodson. Again, that's the Quite Frankly pig from Tres Amigos, sold there at Holy Smokes. Second in that class was Madeline Norvell. Madeline's Barrow, that is out of Tricked Out 6-8. That's that real good Tricked Out boar that the Big Bob and them have there at their house. Very good pig, raised by CKL. Third in that class went to Tatum Smith. Tatum's Barrow was a hat trick, bred by Smiths. Fourth was Cooper Herrenbrecht with a Quite Frankly, and I think they said Farnham. Is that right, Brock?
That is correct.
Very intriguing Barrow there, too. So,
absolutely.
Good class there. Wrap up Class 6. Now we've made our way into Class 7, the 273s to 277s. Getting them on up there real quick.
Yeah, that was a really strong class. And not only did Norvell's that I mentioned, Mr. Liston would like that pig. He raised that pig. He has a kind.
Yeah. It is amazing how that you can follow his pattern over the years. And obviously, Brock, you know that as well as anybody, being a student and growing up around there and seeing how that they've played the game for so long. But his pattern has never went away.
No.
The way they feed them, the way they look, the way when they hit the ring, I mean, it's just...
He has a playbook, and he follows it, that's for sure. Speaking of patterns and things kind of being the type that you would suspect, that fourth place Barrow, being it Quite Frankly.
Yeah.
That made a lot of sense also.
Yes, sir.
If that was a gilt show and that hog ended up fourth and we got him in the sale, she would be expensive.
She would be high.
Yeah. That whole class was really nice, but
that's when you'd like to go ahead and clone that one and make them all gilts.
Correct. Is that doable? Can you clone them and switch sexes?
I don't believe you can. You can clone them. I just don't know.
Boy, that'd be nice. I just didn't know what kind of petri dishes you had working on over there.
Yeah, I don't have any of those there. Well, looky there. The man of the hour has just showed up to the show, Mr. Mollett. He's kind of eased his way in here and brought him a little chair and going to just set up over there in the corner and just kind of watch the pig show.
Right, absolutely.
Is there a nicer man in the industry than that right there?
No.
I mean, and the same guy every day. Every day you talk to him, don't matter if it's, it's raining outside, but I guarantee it doesn't matter. I mean, he's just always the same.
Western Oklahoma, it doesn't rain every day. He's probably excited when it rains at his place. That's a pig with a very neat
nice
kind of skull and
huge
rear leg. Not surprised he got a pin.
1621. Might as well go ahead and find that one so we'll know who that young lady is.
Oh, Madeline Norvell, back round 2 here. Yeah, Class 7. Gets a pin as well.
Well, this was actually Sailors in this class. I think Madeline may be over there holding a calf.
Oh, excuse me. This is Sailor.
This is Sailor's pig. She actually showed Madeline's in the last class.
Ah, okay. Maybe that's why Tyler's so wound up.
He's running back and forth.
Animals showing everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to run an event. Good thing he has casts.
You think he would look at the schedule, the show schedule, and say, let's maybe stay away from that breed or that,
right,
that division, or maybe it's better to just show your calves and pigs all at the same time.
Todd, do you know where the division break is here in Division 2?
Yes, I can tell you after Class 8.
Okay, so we have this class and one more, and then.
So that's 278 to 282, the next class.
Okay.
So this class, that division will be 60s to 82s. Have you been over? Have you watched any of the other shows, other species?
Yesterday we got done a little bit early, and the in-laws are in town. They raise a lot of sheep.
Oh, yeah.
So I went over and watched some naturals, a few specs. Then the end of the Hampshires there.
Well, that was that Hamp drive
was a good drive.
Very
yeah.
impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, the one they ended up using there, I thought was really impressive.
Yeah. Sadie's?
Yep. I think came from Rule. I'm kind of envious when I get over there. They get to those sheep and cattle. They judge them more on the stand. But here in the pig barn, we're always moving these things around, and sometimes they get a little tighter and kind of wear down after a while over here.
It amazes me where they're holding them the whole time, and you get to really liking one, then you put them on the move, and you're like, golly, that thing can't even walk.
That's a big kind of stout hog. Young man there in the green, he's getting to go back in a pen.
Oh yeah, that's my buddy Carson.
Okay. Will, he really got in behind that one quickly. Like he was pumped on the side view. Now he's studying the side view again. Maybe he wasn't just. Oh, that one gets a pin back.
Well,
that young lady shows a bunch of nice pigs also.
Yeah, zeros.
I think her last name is Dosh.
Yeah, she. That is Cambry Dosh. Mm-hmm. She has. Young lady has done a remarkable job there in the show ring. She is very hard to beat in that.
And her age of showmanship?
Yeah. You just can't hardly get around it.
Right. You know, kudos to her and a lot of these young exhibitors also. They were up here most of the week last week at the gilt sale. All the things in their bears are still ready to go.
Yeah, it tells you somebody's got to be at home taking care of things. I mean,
Absolutely.
It's a team sport, however you look at it. When you go out there, I mean, we may have an individual driving one, but it takes a lot of people to make it all come together.
The young lady in the green vest is going back in pin 4. That was the one we mentioned earlier with the wild look and a big rear leg. Not sure who that is.
Old Sailors, she's going back.
Good for her. I bet this one gets an opportunity to go back in a pin, potentially.
You know, it's amazing how that, you go class for class and, getting to set up here where we sit and talk about them. I mean, we get to cuss and discuss them like anybody else, but it's amazing how some of these classes, the Barrows all pattern up the same. I mean, in terms of like look, design, and balance, all looks, very similar. And then you get into a class where you have, 4 or 5 real power hogs, that just. This class, it looks like all these Barrows pretty much look alike.
This is kind of a cookie cutter one. Yeah, I will agree with that. I would anticipate or assume that a lot of these feeders knew what Will was going to be drawn to and maybe tried to select towards that. So this is your one of your buddies coming here, TK?
Yeah, Yeah, the young man, he works with, takes care of our pigs. I don't have a clue what his is, though.
Oh. You mentioned is a team sport.
That's right.
He gets to go back. That's a nice pig.
It's a good young man there, Carson Reed.
Good for him.
Just seen his dad. I don't know where he has went to.
Hopefully you guys can get a good look at this pig coming out next. Really intriguing one here, I think. We'll do our best to kind of get more info on him and many of the others here in class. Sailor Norvell coming out again in 5. That her bear this time's got a bunch of notches. That may not be a CKL hog. Cantrell coming out here in 6. Gigantic rear legs. You're hot. You're good.
Okay. Back hot. Hot.
This class is shaping up to be pretty competitive.
Are you letting the top 5 out, you think?
I didn't catch if he placed 5 and 6 or not. If you could replicate that hog's just proportionality and function on a regular basis, you'd be a successful
His
show pig
proportions
breeder.
are extremely good.
Yes, comfort level is awesome.
He's a Messiah.
Messiah, what's that?
So I think that's a Borat Moyer.
Oh, okay.
I could not tell you anything about the pedigree. Shout out to our buddies up there in
Absolutely.
Northern Ohio.
They're starting to get into the old red breed these days. Thanks for good rock semen. Appreciate that.
I bet Ben's tuned in here probably today. Maybe him and Tom even. Maybe Tom's watching. Oh, yeah. Look at him. Norvell coaching from left field. There is nothing like the adrenaline though as a parent when you're there. I can tell you, it's you think you can be calm and you think this and that. You know, at the end of the day, those kids pretty much got it under control.
You get a little wound up as someone that helps or breeds them too, especially if you follow it along and you're kind of invested a little bit.
Now it'd probably be a good time to tell everybody that festivities for tonight, they all start there, I think 5:30 with the presentation of the scholarships and all that's given out. Then we will work our way into the grand drives.
That's always an exciting night for a lot of different reasons, but it's a lot of fun to be there also.
I'll go ahead and tell everybody one of the exciting things I know Blake's been working on, he's been all pumped up about and finally released this morning. I don't know, Brock, if you've heard or not, but it's going to be able to stream in live tonight. Everything through Walton and Kennedy Ventures and all of the pregame show leading up to is all going to go live on the Cowboy Channel.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we're going to have an opportunity to reach a lot of people on the Cowboy Channel that otherwise may not be tuned in, particularly just to the Oklahoma Youth Expo or Kennedy Ventures or Walton Webcasting or what all, we're going to touch a whole new crowd tonight.
I really like the Cowboy Channel. I may not strike everybody as a rodeo cowboy, but I tune in from time to time, and I like what they like. I like what they do. They have a different kind of perspective on things, and they like to promote the rural lifestyle, and I think that's neat.
Yep.
So we're down to 2 here. The belted one that Miss Cantrell is driving is a heavy hitter. We did learn that.
Is that one they raised, I would suspect?
I believe it is. She wins the class.
That one litter of pigs was very good, them heavy hitters.
Well, I think a really good class here. I think these initial 4 or 5 barrows are very, very good, and you could do a lot of different things depending upon what you want to prioritize. As we prioritize look, balance, and build, coming with some extras in terms of just bone and feature, that's where the young lady's barrow right here in front of me surfaces. So good about his skull. He's so good about his forearm. He's jet level when you get off to the side of him. His length of hip and just the way he utilizes his rear leg is where he has the distinct advantage over the bear that comes in second. Really nice pig to go ahead and win this class. The one that comes in 2, the calico colored one, there's no doubt about it. He's got more punch through the center portion of his body, and that's what makes it close. When he drives right at you, he's so strong in terms of good jawline, good chest, really robust and three-dimensional when you get right up on him. When I step off to the side of him, he just doesn't paint the elite silhouette like our class winner does. He's crestier about the top of his head and neck. He's shorter out of his hip and rump, but where he's good, that center portion of that one, the outward curvature to his cage is absolutely lights out. I like parts and pieces of him. He just needs to fit together and balance better. The one that comes next, maybe not just as shiny from just a skin and hair or freshness standpoint, but I think when you break this hog down and analyze him for what he is, he's good in terms of proportionality. He's a hog that's got some extra bone and feature. He gets out here and floats across the surface, plants and drives with authority. He's one that wants to get, a little piecier. He's crestier right there at the top of his neck. He's shorter out of his hip and rump, but his comfort level and his added stoutness allow him to go ahead and get towards the top end here. One that comes next, just from a side view profile, if we never stepped in behind him and we only judged him from the side, this one gets to the top and does so pretty quick. Long and extended up front, big armed, good ribbed, good bodied, flat backed. He's long and level out of his hip and rump, his bend to his hock, his cushion to his rear joints. Just the utilization of his skeleton is so good. I get right in behind him. He's just got to have more horsepower. He's got to have more hip. He's got to have more flair to his stifle as it goes directly away from me, but just absolutely killer from the side view profile. Young ladies, that comes next, a bear that is really, really bold in the base of his chest. He's round and robust through the midsection of his body. He's a hog that is naturally tall-shouldered, and when she gets his head cranked up in the air, he kind of wants to squat his pins and camp outside of himself. I think that hog would look just a shade better if we let him have his head like that and roll right there. He just wants to camp too far outside of his body when she gets his head popped up in the air. One that comes next, big arm, big stifled one, just comes in too many pieces. He gets flatter and blander through the midsection of his body. I got to just make him more robust, make him proportioned a notch better from the side view profile, but beautifully presented, ultra fresh, ultra shapely, like those things about him. Work through the rest of these good hogs. This one here is good from the side. He needs more hip and stifle as it goes directly away from you. Then we run into some feet and leg issues down the line. I thought a very, very good class to work through. My compliments to the young people.
completed Class 7 there. Our class winner was JC Cantrell. JC's Barrow, nice pig there, just complete and sound and killer look. Pig there started by Heavy Hitter. Out of that litter of pigs that Cantrell had this time, that was a very good litter. I remember seeing them as all as babies. Maddox Henry was second. That is a trick play, bred by Tollett. And third was Carson Reed. That was a Messiah. Not sure exactly what that breeder's name is on that one. I didn't ever catch that one. So I don't have the information there. Didn't get anything on the others. Norvell's again, I would suspect good chance that's another one of those that like the last one. Looks like it.
Potentially. I did notice that pig had a bunch of ear notches.
He did. No.
Maybe CKL had quite a few spot litters that year.
Maybe. Again, same pattern. Looks just like the rest of these.
Absolutely.
So we're now into Class 8, the 278 to 280 pounders, 82 pounders. This will be the last class of our middleweights division. And we'll be ready to move on. Didn't take Will long. Got him some water and refreshed.
Oh, he's back and ready to go.
Will had him an early breakfast. I got a 5:30 Snapchat this morning from the Waffle House. Will is so excited to be here. Anywhere that there's a Waffle House, he just loves it.
Is there a better way to start the day? Really? I mean, I love a good Waffle House.
Yeah. Young man comes in, good bear.
That's another exhibitor that's had a good last 10 days or so.
Showed some good yields. I do like our sheets we have here at the table this year, much better. I'm going to take full credit for that. We can keep up with them a lot better, seems like. We really appreciate all the people that text in and tell us what something is. If you're the breeder or you know somebody or know where you come from or purchased or whatnot. So
I also like the little baked treats that we get from time to time.
Yeah. You know, and we are
it's kind of a
for
slow
today.
day on that. Yeah.
0 for today. I guess I don't know if the rain got us out, knocked us out, or what it was, but I don't know if we've not had any treats today.
Right.
I was not up at 5:30 to go eat at Waffle House. It was a Snapchat.
If you were up at 5:30, what would you order at a good Waffle House?
At me?
Yeah.
Oh, I get that. I get the Grand Slam.
That's what I was thinking.
My whole deal is I go with the covered smothered. I do the hash browns. It's all about the hash browns. I do the covered smothered and peppered. So
okay.
That's what I do.
I'm more of a purist on the hash browns. I like them plain, a little bit of salt, and just crispy.
So you're not into you're not into the big Waffle House performance hash browns?
No, I'm pretty straightforward on those. I just like to get a runny egg and kind of mix it together.
I think Will said he got his capped, so he had mushrooms and he did the mushrooms and cheese is what he did.
Oh wow.
I mean, there's nothing really better, though, than a greasy breakfast at Waffle House. Any time of the day.
Well, I was going to say, there's several Waffle Houses I've been to later in the day. I was just glad I made it out of there with my wallet.
There's been a lot I've made it to. It's been earlier in the morning. But
right.
Seems like Waffle House becomes really popular somewhere from that 1:30 to 3:30 a.m.
Oh, 100%.
But yeah, some get a little sketchy.
They absolutely do.
Well, here's a big backed one. Look at that thing come up the ramp.
Absolutely. That young lady had a neat pig in a class or two before also. He gets a pin.
Have you won anything from the Wild Bunch?
I have not.
You know, I really haven't. I have 11, 20. I got to keep up with my number. I've not been paying attention.
Yeah, I'm probably that person they've called 6, 7, 8 times and has no idea what my number is. But we definitely need to give a shout out to them. They've done a really good job of raising pigs and supporting the swine exhibitors. I think they mentioned last year they made sure every exhibitor at least brought 5,000 through the premium sale. They made all the reserves bring at least 6,000, and the champions bring 7,000. So,
yep.
Then I thought last year, maybe they've done this in the past, but they gave all the alternates $1,000.
That's correct, and that was the first time that has ever taken place. I don't know where that stands in terms of future move, but that was.
Could you share with us some history on that? You probably know quite a bit more about that than me.
Of what, the Wild Bunch?
The Wild Bunch, how'd that originate and things like that?
Well, it goes back quite in time. And for me to sit here and tell you the originators and all of how that all went about, I don't want to do that because I don't know 100%. But I know that it all started early on. I know Goodson played a big role in that at some point. But I know that Larry Bellamy and that I guess that generation of gentlemen that kind of started that, if you will. Obviously, from my knowledge, I mean, Chief's always been a big part of it. Him and Goodson coming along, and it was basically designed. I mean, we sell the buttons. Obviously, we sell $20 buttons, and then that money was accumulated, and it was to help support the Barrows in the premium sale. And I know it's amazing what it has done over the years and what it's been able to continue to do with how Barrows sell. I mean, I can tell you stories, but I mean, it's one of those things that it changes the whole complexion and the outlook of, at the end of the day, at the premium sale time.
Oh, I remember when I was an exhibitor here, always getting supported by them anytime I made the sale up here. When I was young also, I specifically remember Mr. Goodson really being a pretty key part of that, raising money and just organizing all those things.
You know, I don't know. I mean, there's been so many people that's played a significant role in it and made it. It's awesome to see that it has continued and
right.
Others have done. And there is no one within the Wild Bunch organization that has put more miles on in selling the buttons than, I guess, that Aunt Stephanie.
Aunt Stephanie, she's on it.
Hey, while we're talking about Stephanie, I have something. Have you know the quality of spots that Aunt Stephanie has been associated with this week? Have you followed that? Have you followed much of that?
This may shock some folks, but typically if the pollens or spots are showing, I tend to go grab some lunch.
Well, you need to check in with Aunt Stephanie because she has had a hell of a week.
Good for her.
I've not given any of that credit to Tim. I don't know if you figured out where that's.
Well, I think he's been pretty open that that's not his project.
Yeah, that's hers.
Yep.
It's hers. I remember looking at all them pigs when they were little when I went by there, and she said, "No, this is Stephanie's." I bet when it comes time though for claim to fame, Tim will.
Oh yeah, he's popping up then for sure. There's a neat headed one coming in. He gets a pin. There's Mr. Winters there. The pig is very heavy structured. I don't know if you noticed that pig was minus a few dew claws. Will, he took a double take on that one. Kind of wonder where he stands on that.
The pig or Will?
He's going to have several pin back.
Yeah.
The pin there behind the scale and all the holding pins
it's starting to fill up.
It's pretty full, yep.
We still got, what, 2 or 3 coming up the hill?
Yeah, there's more to come.
You would suspect that in these classes here, though.
Right.
Start with anywhere from 45 to 67 in a class. I always find that a little ironic how that works. Looks like I think this is maybe the last one in there. Oh, there's one more.
No, there's one more, yep.
Crowd's rather large today.
Absolutely. This is a great day to be here. You can see all the crossbreds, I guess in 3 of the species, and then you get to see the Grand Drive also. That's Callan Hicks coming in there. Be the last one to come up the hill.
Well, you know anything about Callan's, Barrow?
I bet they raised it. Beyond that, I really don't know. He's going to get a pin. Big rear leg.
Don't think there's anybody here that can tell it. Well, there's Kyle.
This may be a bad time to ask Kyle. He's probably a little excited. And he's really not one to get wound up, but
I'd say he'll be wound up for the day's over. Look at him. Man, he's in a hurry. He has. Oh, there's 2 kids.
He hasn't moved that fast since football practice in junior high.
He did.
Yeah.
I mean, he almost took out a lady, 2 kids. I think the poor guy that had the corn dog.
Got some mustard on his shirt.
I mean, that's as fast as I've ever seen Kyle Hicks move from one side of the ring to the other, all the way around.
Oh, he's coaching now. A few helpful hints.
Yep. Still surprised that nobody has come out with, just the cordless or the earpiece or whatever, from the coach to the showman.
Well, last year I saw people using Apple Watches quite a bit.
Oh, yeah?
But this year there was a kid during the Gilt show that
He just picked the phone up.
He just had a call.
He just answered the call, yeah.
It was great.
I like that. Yeah, maybe his call was important. Hell, maybe it was someone wanting to buy his Gilt.
Well, my mom and dad always said if they called, I should answer. Maybe it was his parents.
I mean, this one has a legitimate groove. I mean, it's been a long, the
young lady in the green, he does have one great big gnarly back. I mean, that's like old school Hampshire looking.
Old school back shape. That might be a fatal or something.
That was like when Palin was first getting hot, and like it was pretty stout stuff. You'd get them grooved up fast.
They weren't quite as stout as these today.
Right. Speaking of fatal, that boar had a run. It was so impressive for years. It felt like when I was like junior high maybe.
Probably. Yeah, he was a young pup.
I was a wee little guy. Still kind of a wee little guy, but larger.
More experienced.
Right. Seasoned veteran.
Did you ever determine, so the other day they were trying to classify what generation you was from. Did you ever get that?
I'm still pretty confused on that. I feel like everybody, like Toad Bellamy, for example, he's always considered me like the young generation. I'm not sure he's meaning it in a positive way or not. Kind of confused on that. He mentioned that a few times there at Coba.
So the one we're talking about there, we've referenced a couple of times, young lady in Pen 2. That is a State of the Union on the $33,000 gilt there that was purchased.
Oh, State of the Union Nomad.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
That's another mullet deal.
Yeah, so the mother of this pig would be a grandma to the gilt that won here.
Well, there you go. See, now that right there just proves your generational intelligence of what all background you know of it.
Yeah. Maybe I'm an old soul. Take that, Toad.
That pig is unique, though.
Oh, very. There's several really interesting ones. That young man there gets another pin. I would say this class is going to be reworked at least 3 times. There's a lot of pigs left to come in still.
Yeah, there's, I mean, we're still going to have to excuse a set of these.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, we talked earlier about how Mr. Norvell was pretty pumped up ringside, but his daughter was chill. I would say that would be the same case here with TKO and Callan. Callan, he's pretty calm customer out there.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Callan even knows where Kyle's at right now, or nor does he care.
For those wondering, this is Callan Hicks coming out here, green, thin belted hog. That's Olivia Bradford there coming out next.
That pig's got a big old chest and skull in him.
It looks like one Mr. Middlestout would pick out. I mean, that kind of skull is just something that gets him going. He's got the beef. He's going to find him a pin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the winner's pig. He's got to come out yet, huh?
Yep, coming out right now, actually. Young man in the white shirt there.
This thing's a stouty.
His forearm is enormous.
You know anything about that one?
Not much. I bet we could track some info
It
down.
won't take long to find out what that thing is. He looks like a little grizzly bear.
We'll have to break Cole's focus. He's right here behind us.
Well, now that's another one that gets all round up there.
Oh, yeah. Proceed with caution right now. Yeah.
I think I got some hot information coming in.
So we've determined what that pig is.
Oh,
and I'm not surprised, old Sloan.
Right.
He's on point right here.
Right there. I mean, he's
past the hat. He raised this little project.
That's the deal.
Past the hat. Another pass. That boar's had a really nice run here.
AC raised this one, I heard. This was the litter that AC really liked.
Oh, okay. No credit to Troy there.
No.
Nope.
Good class of pigs.
This is a good class. I know as a being in Will's spot, this is kind of tough because like these pigs out here running around in a lot of other places would get along really well, but today they're going to go. Some of them going to go right down the hill and get excused.
I mean, you take this bear right here in front of us. This
oh right.
I mean that thing is. I mean he's in a pen in a lot of them classes.
Oh, no doubt.
That thing has an enormous shape. We haven't talked much about our shift judge, but David Korb, think he's done a pretty nice job here, getting him moved up here.
That's definitely an undervalued position. I would really appreciate having someone like that sending me the upper end of things and working with the remainder of the kids that I didn't get to see up here.
It's a pretty big workload. You see every one of them.
Right, every pig. There's a great deal of show pigs that come through the rings up here.
2,200 of them, I think.
Yeah. This is the State of the Union here. State of the Union Nomad.
Tell us about State of the Union.
State of the Union. That's actually a boar that Will raised, I believe, wasn't it? He's a blue boar that's at Mullet's.
That is an enormous back shape.
So,
I mean,
State of the Union is out of Next Intention.
Is that right?
And he's blue. And the mother of this pig is blue.
And he come belted.
You mentioned genetics were a funny thing. It's kind of like the box of chocolate situation you get into. We've got one that went back on the upper end of things.
32-39.
Mm-hmm. Very nice pig.
Probably help if I get over in my right class. I'm a little distraught without any goodies from today, I think. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, Mr. Gratter is assisting there. He's got his game face on. Here comes Holden next. Really heavy boned one. Past the hat. He's going to get a pin. Past the hat from Sloan again.
That is a stouty there.
That front leg is large.
Big chest and forearm. Can go.
Yep. Really got a good rear leg to him. That's kind of been a theme with the past the hats that we've seen the last 2 days.
This ought to be a good division to watch here in a minute when we get them.
It will be, yes. This is a pretty good spot to be if you're showing in this class and you're pinned in the top 4 here in this division, upper end of the division, really a tough class. I think that their likelihood of getting in the sales pretty strong here.
Right. You know, young man in second, do we know anything there?
I do not, but that's that really cute headed one that I mentioned when he was coming out initially. Here's one that Mr. Gratter is helping with from Kingfisher, I believe.
Yeah, that pig's a buckle up, and that's a Weisinger hog.
Okay.
Them buckle ups, they've just got a different look. But their skull, their forearm, you see, we've seen enough of them this week, obviously.
Yeah, no surprises.
Through the gilt
out
and the
of
Barrow
him.
deal.
Yep. That hair texture and skull shape and rear leg bone is just something they all have.
Oh, God. Gotta love the comments that come in from Blake Bechtel. He must not be out selling any land today.
He made his annual appearance at
at
a show pig event this year, just the other day. It's good to see him.
I don't know about that. Yeah, that pig that you commented about his front end, that is a unique look.
Oh, yeah. That kind of skull shape and kind of length of body. Going to get third in a tough class.
This is a very, very intriguing pair of Barrows right here.
I bet he looks at these for a moment.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about bone and structure and skull, and this would be a fun pair of boars to be driving around right here.
Oh, 100%. If you missed it earlier, the young man in the blue closest to your screen there is a buckle up from Weisinger. The young man in the white shirt is a past the hat, came from Sloan or AC. There's a bit of a discrepancy there. Oh, the buckle up wins. Congratulations to them.
Well, I think we got a really good division to go ahead and round out, a really good class to round out this division. I think it's close. I think there's trade-offs between these two. I think the young man's Hampshire marked one is just so much better when you get right on top of him in terms of just the curvature and shape to the center portion of his body. He's fresh-backed. He's shapely. He's just got he balances and proportions so well. He's stronger-footed. He's better at the ground than the Barrow that comes in too, as he has is stout and burly? No, but I think just certainly adequate in terms of bone and feature. Everything fits and matches and balances so well. No doubt the stout one comes next. His head, his forearm, his rear leg are gigantic. I thought just in comparison to the Barrow that wins the class, although his depth of body's good, his depth of heart's good, he doesn't have the same outward turn and curvature when you get right into the midsection of him. And then to be honest with you, I'd just like to change him at the ground. I'd like to change his front foot a fraction. That's getting picky on a really, really good one to go ahead and be second in a tough class. One that comes in 3, just design, proportionality, skeleton are all very, very good within this one. He's high-headed. He's attractive from his shoulder blade forward. Of the initial trio of Barrows, he's the frailest just in terms of his foot bone and feature. You get right on top of him, he's just got to have more spread. He's got to have more shape coming out of the backside of his blade. He's just got to have more everywhere when you get right on top of him. But again, his skeleton, his flexibility, his looseness allow him to go ahead and get into the top end. Young lady that comes next, another big-chested, good-ribbed, good-bodied one that's got tons of freshness when you get right on top of him. I've got to change him just out through his hip, rump, and just his rear skeleton assembly. He's got to be longer and leveler. He's got to be more coordinated in terms of the way he just plants and pushes off those rear two. Awesome job of getting that one driven out here. My compliments to her. One that comes next, maybe isn't just quite as shiny from a skin and hair standpoint, but I think when you analyze this pig for what he is, he's loose built, he's muscular, he's fresh, he's comfortable out here. I've got to make him a little stronger when he drives right at me from chest, knee to ground. I've got to blend him just a little differently right there through his ham-loin junction, but I think he just combines the most good with what we've got left to work with in this particular drive. Big outline, good built one comes next. I love how high-headed he is. I love the way he ties into the top side of his shoulder blade and then the way he ties into the base of his chest. He just gets too flat through his midsection. I need to moderate him in terms of his length of body and then just give him more punch when you get right up on top of him. Young lady, again, does an awesome job of getting that one driven. One that comes next, a good-ribbed, good-bodied one. He's got to be more aggressive in terms of just the shape to his loin edge when I get right on top of him. He wants to get a little shorter out of his hip and rump and duck his pins, but man, he's good-bodied. He's got he's fresh, he's proportional, he's functional when he gets out here. I've just got to tweak him just a bit in terms of his rear skeleton. One that comes next, a big rib, big-bodied, fresh one. He needs more bone and feature to match what he's got up high. Then we round out the class again. I thought the depth here was very, very good. A couple that just need tweaked in terms of their skeleton, in terms of the way they handle their rear legs. Good class to round out this division. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
We have some information on a few of these. I can tell you there real quickly before we get into this division.
Another
class winner. Yeah, our class winner was Tucker Williams. That Barrow was a buckle up, bred by Weisinger. Second in that class was Holden Winters with a Pass the Hat, bred by Sloan. And then third, that real cool-headed one you was talked about, you referenced a few times, that was Wyatt Dodd. Wyatt's judge has showed a very good set of Barrows there this week as well. That pig was he's a buckle up from Kilmer.
Okay, that makes sense. He's had a good season.
Yeah, yeah. They've done a nice job.
Yeah.
This will be good to see this division here come back together.
Mr. Graddard, he's hustling hard on this pig in pin one.
Yeah.
You love to see that,
He's done a nice job there.
Yep.
So we need.
So we'll have classes 6 through 8 here, or 5 through 8 in this set? Is it, or 6 through 8 probably?
5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, 5 through 8.
I would imagine we'll pick, obviously we'll stay with them for the champion reserve, and bronze, obviously, of these divisions. That's what we recognize there throughout them.
Oh, this is Anna.
This is Anna Frankie's Class 5. This bear here was an all-out from High Point.
Channing Goodson coming next.
Channing's Barrow comes out of Class 6. That is the Quite Frankly from Tres Amigos. JC Cantrell comes out of Class 7. That bear is a heavy hitter, bred by Cantrell. If I remember right, that litter, I need to confirm, I think that litter itself was actually out of, might have been out of a Heimer sow.
Okay. There's a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, that litter was a great litter of pigs.
And the bear that came from the last class is out of Buckle Up. Looks like they've already figured out which one they're going to use here.
Tucker Williams, Buckle Up.
As David comes up, always enjoy to bounce what I'm seeing off of him and get his opinion. We get these 4 class winners back out here. Man, they all suit us well. Let's give the 3 young ladies, the young man, a great big round of applause on their class winners. You know, as competitive as this particular division was, I think when we get these 4 class winners back out here, it's a 1-horse race. There's one that's bold and wide when he comes at you. He's round-bodied. He's flat-backed. He's long and level out of his hip. He comes with extras in terms of bone and feature. You get on top of him. He is so impressive in terms of just his back shape and muscle, yet he gets out here and handles it like a cat. Young lady right here in front of us has got your division champion.
Your champion there comes out of Class 6. Congratulations to Channing Goodson. That is a Quite Frankly bred by Tres Amigos. So
yeah, you love to see it. That young lady's tried hard for a long time and been successful. And you like to see those people get along. So we got a Norvell coming next. Sailor's driving it. Not sure whose pig it is
yet.
I
believe that's Madeline's pig, if I remember.
Oh, CKL raised that one out of their tricked out
yep.
son that they've got there. Yep.
We get ready to tie reserve, and there's a couple of them we discussed here, mainly the 2 that are closest to me. I think proportionality and just balance is so good in both of them. I think there's one that resembles the one we used to win this particular division in terms of his stoutness, in terms of his pattern, in terms of his build. He's a rib longer bodied, and as a result, just doesn't open up through the midsection of his body as good as what that champion did, but extras in terms of bone, stoutness, incredible look. Young lady right here is your reserve.
So your reserve in that division comes out of Class 7. That's JC Cantrell. JC's bear is a heavy hitter and bred by Cantrell. Fun fact there to add to that, Brock, I think that bear has litter mate. We talked about that litter. There's a pair of them boards, I think, at Premium Blend. Smash, Hit, and Grand Slam, I think, would be the mates to him. So
okay,
that now lets Maddox Henry in with a trick play.
The one out here, and he gets right in the mix in terms of one that's bold, wide, and good ribbed and good bodied. Maybe gets just a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. We thought it was close within that last pair. There's another one out here in terms of just his design, his build, the way everything fits and ties together from the side view profile. Young lady right there in the center's got your next one out.
Next is Anna Frank goes out next with her all out from High Point.
Good bear. That's a good set of pigs there on the top of this division.
Yep, he was first in Class 5.
I think, speaking of boards, I think Brent may have a brother or two to to that boar. I know he's pumped up about the all-out sons that he has there at High Point.
The Class 8 winner goes out next. The Buckle Up.
Yep. Tucker Williams Buckle Up from Weisinger. He goes fourth.
Holden Winters comes out from that class. He
I
was
bet
second.
that one don't last long.
No, passed the hat from Sloan.
That is a unique one from this division here for me. There we go.
Yeah.
So he will be your fifth selection. We will let you continue to watch the remainder of the selection of this division, and I guess they'll pick several of these due to alternates and also you can stay tuned in, and we'll be back there during Division 3.
Gadsden Jervis, this is final call. Gadsden Jervis, we need your 8th place Class 6 Dark Cross in the ring. Send us word. We'll introduce Kara Cummins from Hollis for Class 6. Kara Cummins for Class 6. Ava Gilcrease, you're on deck in Class 6 now. Second call for Kara Cummings from Hollis. We need your Class 6 Dark Cross Bear in the ring.
They're supposedly coming from bar 9.
Number 21 comes from Class 8. That's Journey Danner from Altus. That'll bring Madison Castle to the ring. Olivia Bradford, you're on deck for Class 8. Our 22nd selection comes from Class 5. That's Brody Fox from Purcell. We need Olivia Brumley from Ninnekah in the ring. Neely Pritchard, you're on deck for Class 5. Our 23rd selection comes from Class 7. That's Miley Coleman from Medill. We need Camry Dosh from Colbert in the ring. Case Hayes, you're on deck for Class 7. Our 24th selection comes from Class 7. That's Cambry Dosh from Colbert. Case Hayes from Latta. We need you in the ring for our final selection in Division 2 Dark Crosses. Our 25th and final for Division 2 is Kara Cummins from Hollis. Congratulations to our Division 1 exhibitors. Let's bring those Class 9 Dark Crosses to the SIFT. We have a new set of numbers. These have all been redraws for the Wild Bunch. So if you've got number 146, that's worth 500 pounds of 1610 show right. If you've got number 317, that's 500 pounds of Mormon Show Tech, 16 or 18%. Number 1248 is wins a basket of show supplies. Number 1443, this is the third number drawn on a set of scales provided by Essential Feeds. If you're number 1443, please come claim your scales. And number 890 is 500 pounds of Mormon's Feed, 16 or 18%. New numbers for the Wild Bunch. We're redrawing quite rapidly now. Number 1324 is 500 pounds of 1610 show right. Number 1529 is 500 pounds of Mormon Showtech. And number 794 is still the available scales from Essential Feeds. Come find us if you got one of those three numbers. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Back at you here, heavyweight division, class 9. These Barrows 283 to 289 pounds. First class of the heavy division here. There's 3 of these. Like Sailor goes back into a pin, Norvell. Gavin Striker, he finds a quick pin. Joining me here on the mic is Boots, Brett Bolin. Boots has been down here for a few days, just kind of taking it all in and watching the Barrow show.
It's been a pretty good little show today, too.
It's been a nice show.
Kind of all week, or the past 2 weeks, however long we've been here.
It seems like forever.
What's your chicken on a stick count so far?
Well, 0 for the day.
Whoa.
But I still balance out okay because I had 3 the day before. But went ahead and went with the ribeye today. Went back to the ribeye. I'm pretty solid on them for lunchtime.
You got a
chicken
top
on a stick,
3 or 4 alignment here of the food, or where are we at
the
there?
chicken on a stick is a better afternoon kind of just
snack.
That may be like a pre-Grand Drive snack.
I'd say that'd be pretty clutch right about then.
So the ribeye has been the most solid there on the midway. I tell you, for me, it's just been a good go-to. First couple that I had was maybe cooked a little more than ideal, but once we got kind of got through, I got to talk to the cook. We spent a little time together. We're back on the closer to the medium rare medium than.
I've been a little disappointed in the dessert selection that's been brought up here.
You know,
for the Barrow
I
week.
hate to criticize it, but I mean, boy, they went all out for us in the guilt deal. But as the time has went, it really kind of fell off. But got a nice class of Barrows here. Looks like already shaping up. Calico finding a pin. What's been your take there on the Barrow show?
I would tell you from past years, I would say depth has been probably to a new level so far.
Mm-hmm.
Top end is equivalent, I would say. Top end's always really good, but the depth, and I mean, I think you can see it here so far today that after his initial sort, he's still keeping 14, 15, 16, 17 of these things back.
We actually talked about that between break there a while ago. They was talking about how many was coming up here, and it's one of those deals. It's real interesting because some people are always like, well, is our sift judge not sifting to him? Hell, you can't. You can't
get rid of
sift.
them.
I mean, you can't get rid of them because, I mean, we've got pigs up here that, you know, some of them things, you know, you could get in the top 10. You could be a class winner or you could be dismissed, and there's fine hairs between them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's no reason all the time and effort and commitment that these kids have put in, there's no reason not to, or to be too hard on them in the back. I mean, you need to let them get up here and have a chance to to get out in the open spaces here and see what you got to work with. And, you know, a lot of times you get up here and they're going to look way different than they do in the back, and give them a chance to separate themselves out here and get a better feel for what you got.
Well, particularly when it comes to, you know, the standpoint of studying the angles and design, it's so much different from the viewpoint of standing away from them up here than there is in the back.
Absolutely. Looks like we made our final 10 selection here for this drive, and going to start reworking the top, I'd say 7 or 8 of these probably.
I would say at least 7. I'd say we'll get to him. Gavin got a nice barrow. Sailor and Gavin both make their way back. Don't know exactly what Sailor's barrow's out of. I know he's an Ottenwalter barrow, but I don't know exactly how he's bred. And Gavin's, I think that's the heavy hitter from Weisinger.
Calico comes out.
It's a real intriguing barrow right there. You talk about presence and height to shoulder and shape, and I mean float around here.
I don't know who this kid in the yellow that's coming out now is, but that kid has showed a incredible set of barrows all week, and they are presented to the absolute best.
We talked about that earlier. That family has done a remarkable job. I mean, they've had a great week, but they do a great job every time they come to the ring. They've got one that's competitive in every angle. I think that was actually the champion Hamp at Coba.
Okay.
It's going in 6.
This one of Gavin's might be one of the most maxed out in terms of top line and spread up high of one that we've probably seen this week so far.
Heavy structured. Don't know much about, I don't know anything, I guess, about the black Barrow that just came out.
No, but that's a nice pig. Just good, solid livestock there.
Oh, 900.
Heavy, heavy boned.
Very. That's Randy Jasper's who that is. Jasper family showed some good pigs this week. Here comes the Calico again. I don't know if that pig goes first or fifth in this deal, but nothing else looks like that.
No, not even a little bit. I mean, that thing's gear and speed, just natural ability to reach and go at an alarmingly fast pace is pretty remarkable.
Thing comes at you like a truck. Square chest. That is an all-out pig from John Mollett. Little startup program out there in western Oklahoma. Looks like Sailor goes in 4. The Mollett firms had a pretty good week, to say the least. Got some good music playing. You an Alabama fan?
You know, I'll tell you what, that is the best part, that, in my opinion, of what this show does, is their music selection during this drive every time is always on point.
We jump into this final division here, and I think we've got 3 dang nice ones to go ahead and surface towards the top end here. Young lady's Calico that wins this particular class. I think just from a function and build standpoint, he's more correct in terms of the angulation to his shoulder. He's got some cushion to his front foot, yet he's strong-footed. He's flat-backed. He utilizes his hind leg with comfort. When he drives right at you is where he has the decided advantage over the one that comes in 3. I think he proportions a notch better than the one that comes in 2. I thought he was just the combination Barrow within this initial trio. One that comes in second, he gets a little piecier for me, but I think if we study that hog for what he is stout-jawed. He's big-armed. He's got a huge rear leg working in him. You get on top of him, and he is incredibly impressive in terms of just the amount of back shape he's got. I've got to tie him a little differently. He gets a little longer bodied. He wants to flatten through his midsection. He wants to wrinkle at his ham-loin junction ever so slightly, but there's no denying his extra stoutness, feature, and muscle in a balanced, sound kind of a package. Good pig to go ahead and come in 2. The one that comes in 3, he is so impressive when you get right on top of this guy. Just the back shape he's got, the outward curvature to his forearm, the center portion of his body is so good. He's another one that wants to get a little upright in his shoulder. More importantly, when he drives right at me, I've got to square him from his chest, knee to ground. I get right in behind him. He's got to have more flair to his hip and stifle as he goes directly away. But the center portion of that one, his back shape and freshness are incredibly good. He's just got to be better off of both ends of his skeleton. Good looking, good built one comes next. Awesome in terms of just head carriage. It's hard to make hogs that are moderate in terms of their length yet elevated. I think this one does all those things very, very well. Of the initial 4, he gets to be the frailest just in terms of his foot bone and feature. I've got to stouten him up and give him just a more aggressive shape to his loin edge when I get right on top of him. But again, balance, build, proportionality, all those things work in his favor. I've just got to make him a notch stouter. One that comes next is stouter. This one's got just an incredible kind of head working in him. I love his jawbone. I love the shape to his head. Got a tremendously big forearm. He's got a big rear leg working in him. He's too short and steep out of his hip and rump. He never never just wants to plant and dig in and go with flex and authority. I've just got to make him more comfortable. I've got to make him go with more conviction as he plants and drives out of his hip and rear leg, but incredibly unique just from a bone stoutness and feature perspective. One that comes next, ultra fresh in terms of back shape and muscle. You get right on top of this guy, and he's as fresh as the day is long. He looks like maybe he's got to the point where he's starting to fight weight just a little bit. He's flatter through his forerib. He's shallower in his flank. I've just got to widen this guy out and give him more horsepower from end to end. Awesome presentation, awesome skin and hair. My compliments to the young man. Good rib, good bodied one that gets a little too quick off of both ends of his skeleton. I've got to extend him up through his head and neck. I've got to lengthen him out of his hip and rump. But again, freshness, rib, and body all work in his favor. That allows him to catch a pin in this particular class. We worked through the rest of these, and I thought a good class to work through. One here's got some muscle and got some feature. He needs to tie differently up front. Just needs to balance a notch better. One here gets a little wastier through his lower third. One that comes out a 10 there. Good looking in terms of just balance and build. He's got to blend differently there, this ham loin. Good class to start off this division. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
So our class winner in that class is Destiny Danner. That Barrow. I'm going to say gilt. I said gilt I don't know how many times last week. That Barrow is an all-out and bred by Mollet Show Pigs. Second in that class went to Randy Jasper. That Barrow is a buckle up, bred by Jasper. Third in the class was Gavin Stryka. That was a heavy hitter from Weisinger. And fourth was Sailor Norvell with a Barrow from Ottenwater. We're now showing class 10. All these are, the remaining Barrows will all be 290 pounds. We go by name, A to J on these. So A to J, 290 pounds. They're working those. We'll bring them up the ramp here in a minute and make our way into that class.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Well, we're in the top side of, looks like we're going to rework the top 5 here in Class 10. These 290 pounders. Well, it looks like we're top 4. We put one back already. We can definitely see that we're in the 290 pound range, Boots.
Yeah, these are dang sure pushing the top end on their way back, I'm sure.
Yep. Don't know a lot about, I can tell you about Gosney's Barrow there. Young man there in the middle, actually driving right at Hilty right now. His Barrow is a play of the game. Blind Squirrel, that's a pair of boards that's at Gosney's. I think that's pretty neat. They're raised not only they have the boards, but then raise the pig himself. So.
Did you say Blind Squirrel?
Yeah, Blind Squirrel. Only at Gosney's will you have something like that. So. Not unexpected. 3, 2, and then the black-headed one's going to win the class. Young man excited. Proud for him.
Well, I think without a doubt, some give and take at the top end of this particular class, and I keep gravitating back to the black-headed Barrow just from a freshness and practicality standpoint. I'm not going to tell you he's the most extreme in any one particular area, but he's bold in his chest. He's good through the center portion of his body. He's adequate in terms of muscle when you get right on top of him. His utilization of his skeleton coupled with his moderation and his squareness allow him to go ahead and be your class winner in a challenging class. The one that comes in too, certainly like just from a muscle shape and freshness standpoint, he wants to close up too much when he comes directly at me. I've got to open him up through his forerib and center portion of his body and just give him more fill to his rear flank there. But again, he's functional, he's got shape, he's got muscle, he's fresh. That allows him to go ahead and get towards the top end here. One that comes next, if we just judged him from the side view profile, this would probably be your class winner because he's sharp-headed, he's soft through his midsection, he's good in terms of his lines and silhouettes, his flatness of back coupled with just his levelness of hip, and then his utilization of his rear leg are all very, very good. He's just got to be entirely better when he turns and comes right at me, wants to deviate too much from his chest, knee to ground. I've got to square him up and make him more powerful in that regard. Young lady does a nice job of getting him driven. One that comes next, a round-ribbed, round-bodied one that's got some shape and muscle when I get right up on top of him. Of the initial 4, he got to be the frailest just in terms of his foot bone and feature. I've got to blend him just a notch differently right there through his ham-loin junction and make him go with just more flex and authority as he covers the surface out here. One that comes next, a really high-headed, tall-shouldered one. He's got a really sharp look up through the front 1/3 of his body. I like his moderation in terms of his length. He just wants to get too short and steep out of his hip and rump. He wants to get just a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade and front end. I've just got to elongate him in terms of his hip, give him a little more cushion up front. But his look, his bone, his stoutness, his freshness and presentation are all spot on. Young man does an awesome job of getting that one driven. One that comes next, a big-ribbed, big-bodied one. We like those things about him. He's round through the midsection of his body. He wants to get a little shorter out of his hip and rump. I just got to reconfigure him in terms of the design to his hip, allow him just to use his rear leg with more flex and comfort. And of the top end here, he gets to be the frailest just in terms of his freshness and back shape. I've got to give him more groove. I've got to give him more expression up top. One that comes next is one that comes with some more freshness and shape feeding out of the backside of his blade. I've got to blend him differently right through his ham-loin junction. I've got to make him longer out of his hip and rump and just make him go more comfortably across the surface out here. A lot of the same things could be said for the one that comes out of 8. Big, fresh back in this one. He gets too short in terms of his hip. He wants to search too much outside of his body with his rear leg. He's just got to stay more collected. He's got to stay more comfortable in terms of the way he hinges off his rear too. We worked through these next couple again. The depth within this class was good. Good ribbed, good bodied one that needs just more hip and stifle as he goes directly away. One that rounds out the class, just needs a bigger foot, needs more spread to his rear toes, needs to be redesigned behind. Good class. Let's put our hands together and show those young people our appreciation.
Class 10, get that concluded there. Our class winner there is Zane Clark. That bears a Say It from Clark. Pretty cool deal there. Second in that class went to Grant Gosney, a Play the Game Blind Squirrel from Gosney. Third was Hallie Harrell. That pig is a Good Day from Gary Todd Show Pigs. So we are now showing, we'll be ready to, we're sifting through now. The class 11, it'll be our last and final class of the 2024 Oklahoma Youth Expo. Again, this class will be weighing 290 pounds. This one will go K to Z. So letters K to Z and in your last name get you in this particular class. We get in there, boots, we can definitely tell we're at the 290-pound mark.
Yeah, and you can also just tell in the short time Hilty's come back up the hill that he's got just a shot more pep in his step because it is the last class of the week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Started this with 62 Barrows in here, this class.
Is that about the same size of all the classes so far this week, or is that?
Well, they've ranged anywhere from about 45 to 65, just depending. That's always a topic of discussion, is how classes, should they be equal in number? Should they break more precisely in terms of weight and the ranges and trying to hit divisions? I mean, it's always a catch-22 and trying to please everybody in a scenario like that.
Yeah, it's never a perfect situation, but I can tell you from the outside looking in here that, this one is as good as any of them as far as putting the things logistically together and trying to make sense of it and try to take care of the most amount of people that they can.
Show does run very, very smoothly. I don't know. I'm sure there's things we'll always look to try to find ways to improve things. And, obviously you never have to worry about people telling you what you're doing wrong. So you can always pick up in that regard. But as a whole, I think the show itself is, once again, has been pretty remarkable when you look at how many pigs have come through the ring and what all we've done in a week's time and all the opportunities that the kids have had.
Was there a total count as far as Barrow numbers this week?
20, they told me, I think 22, 12 or something. It was a little over 2,200. That grand drive tonight will be at 6:30. For those who've had a text here too asking about that.
You talk about it, ending the week on a high note. That grand drive ceremony is something that if you've never seen, it's got to be a bucket list item for you to come down here and watch that. And obviously, there's a pretty good opportunity tonight to watch that on the Cowboy Channel, isn't that right, Todd?
That's right. Yeah.
So, you can get a pretty good feel for it, but you're never going to feel the emotional impact as if you were there in person. No doubt that deal tonight is a one-of-a-kind thing that you really don't get the opportunity to see very often. And as you can ask most of the youth in Oklahoma, something that is always a goal or a dream for them is to be involved in that ceremony tonight, for sure.
Looks like Gav sent another good one to the scales, look like. He had a round, fat-bodied, fresh one there, look like. That's the thing there. I mean, boots, obviously, you feed a lot, help assist with a lot and all. I mean, we all know the challenges of trying to fit the weights and what it takes, but the challenge of these 290-pounders and keeping them full and fresh is certainly there.
Yeah, there's never a weight category that's tighter within a half a pound or a 1 pound difference compared to these 290s or whatever your top end weight is. I mean, every pound, everything's going to matter. And this class specifically, you watch them hit them check scales, and you never really know where they're going to be at because they're probably fighting weight real hard. And every little detail and every little thing can matter on these.
You know, we've seen a lot of black Barrows today.
We have seen a lot of black ones today. A lot of painted up. Several calicos, a couple that were pretty dang nice.
Yeah. One particularly hits my mind. Another black one. Nearly had an all-black class.
I guess you need to start an all-black division.
That's kind of wild. I hadn't hardly seen many all day, and now there's like half the class.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Oklahoma City and the staff at OYE does an incredible job on the music selection.
It is good. I wonder if that's a playlist that anybody can get. Have you checked into that, Boots?
You know, I've thought about that a lot. I am not.
I mean, you have a lot of windshield time. I mean, you could just like.
Yeah, the problem is the only time I use Spotify is when I'm driving and trying to navigate and figure out how to integrate and work that app is not usually a good task to do while you're hustling down the road. Looks like the final pig of the week is just entered.
No, one more.
One more.
One more. Makes our way up here. Another calico.
Do you think Hilty knows how to use his phone where tonight or this afternoon he can get on there and see how many steps he's taken this week?
No, but I bet you he'll have an opinion on how many he thinks he's took.
You know, for a guy that does such a good job breaking down structure in livestock, he is a very poorly designed built human being. I mean, his feet and his knees go all kinds of different directions.
I'm probably not going to be talking about structural soundness in terms of the human element as much, but I do agree with you there. If you know, at times I've never understood, I mean, is he like extremely flat-footed and I mean, how would you describe him if you
I
was
don't
talking
know,
that
but
at a
it's
set of
it's so weird because Hilty, and he still does a little bit.
But
I
he's
mean, he
loose
used to-
skeleton. Have you noticed
he's
how loose his skeleton is?
But he used to make a living trimming feet on dairy cattle.
Yeah.
And you've always wondered why he never took that approach in his daily life, I guess.
Trimmed his toes or what?
Just
You
get
think
some
he's-
prosthetics or something. I don't know. Try and put some shoes on him and bring him back in a little. That is one thing I can say about Hilty this week is what that guy has said and the way he's described livestock has been incredibly
He
awesome.
like so many of the others, you could say this too, but he's one for me. I mean, we all love Will, and I mean, great friends and everything, without a doubt. But an individual that is truly passionate about not only business, but what he does and what others are doing every day. I mean, you know, he wakes up eating, breathing, loving, sleeping, everything else with this about this industry.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, these are the kind of guys that you love showing to because they understand the issues. They're fighting them every day, just like everyone else is that's trying to show them, and they understand everything, and they can appreciate the struggle.
Yep.
I'm not sure there'd be anyone that disagrees with this. Winning at this day and age is as hard as it's ever been, and to do it consistently is dang near impossible at times.
Yep. Not sure what that first one was that went back so quick. Gavin's Barrow going back next. And that's another Weisinger Barrow. That's a heavy hitter, I believe. Young lady in the first hole there. That is a heavy hitter as well. Bred by David Ammon. The mayor of, is that Highland, Illinois?
I mean, are him and Miles just co-mayors, or how does that
I don't
work?
know. Would it be Highland? Is that what their
Yes.
official address is? You think Ammon's tuned in today? I bet he's working.
He is. He actually just texted
Oh, he is?
me. He doesn't do anything.
I thought
all day.
he would for
he
sure
just sits
be.
in a chair.
I figured he's like out cleaning pins or something.
No, he doesn't do any of that.
How many people you think are tuned in today?
You know, I don't know. I'd say a pretty good amount tuning in now and for the next 30 minutes or so. And dang sure it'll be when I start driving home here in a little bit. Watching Walton tonight, there's going to be a very large number on that screen when it says how many eyes are watching.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to be tuned in tonight for the Grand Drive. Myself, I'll be joined with Blake Kennedy.
Is Dave not here this year?
No. Corey Thompson will be joining us. And then Ramrodding it will be Mr. Kent Jakey.
Oh, boy.
So there will be lots of commentary there. I haven't heard anything. Have you had any updates from the other barns on the cattle show?
Nope.
I don't even know if we're still showing or done or. Will you get to stay for the Grand Drive, or will you be watching it there online?
I'm going to watch this preview here after they finish these darks, and I'm probably going to start trucking back north. Going to start reworking these top 3 or 4, I'd say, here.
Champion Crossbred Market Steer Division 4 Drive. That's what they're doing. Looks like the Denver McKay won Division 4. Just tuned in myself there on Walton.
You must have the Indian access to
I do.
to the
we
internet
have
here to be able
we
to.
have the Indian Pass.
Yeah.
We sell those now for anyone that would like the Fast Pass.
Oh, you're gonna open it up for people, huh?
Yeah. I wished I would have had a Fast Pass to that chicken on a stick line, though.
Boy, I don't know how many you could eat a day if you could skip the line.
I tell you the line that I really wished I had the Fast Pass to, and that's the HTO line. I mean, now that's plumb ridiculous. There has not got to be that many people at the fairgrounds that need a tea at the same time.
I don't know. I had one last week. Someone brought me one, and it might have been the best glass of tea I've probably ever had.
Did you? What flavor did you have?
Just regular.
Just regular tea?
Regular tea.
I went with the Georgia Peach multiple times this week.
Georgia Peach.
I did have coconut a couple times.
You're going for the Cancun flavored teas.
Oh, yeah.
Landed on Gavin Stryker here.
Hear 'em.
We get into this third and final class of this last division here, and we run into one of those classes. Fits together pretty logically for me. The young man's belted barrow wins and does so pretty handily. You talk about one that's bold when he comes right at you. He's so open in his chest, yet he stays within himself. His depth to his heart, his depth to his forerib, his freshness when you get on top of him is next level. He's got as much crease and back shape as anything we've seen thus far through the Crossbred division or matches any of them that we've seen. He's still flexible in terms of the way he utilizes his hip and rear leg. That's one with extras that still balances good from just a comfort level and build standpoint. Good pig to win this last class. The black one that comes in too, I love some things about him. I love just the outward turn and curvature to his forerib. He's so good through his midsection. You get right on top of him and he's incredibly fresh in terms of just his back shape. Works back into a great big hip and stifle. I've got to make him looser skeleton. He wants to get just a little tighter in his spine. He can never really pick his head above his shoulder blade. I've just got to make him looser built from end to end, particularly his spine, and then his head and neck carriage needs to be a notch better. But man, the center portion of that one, particularly for a heavyweight, his freshness are all very, very good. The one that comes in 3 works his way into the top end of this class just in terms of balance and build. He's a good-looking barrow from the side view profile. He's tall-shouldered. He's extended about his head and neck. He's flat-backed. He's got the right kind of slope and set to his hip. His rear leg's good and comfortable. He just kind of looks like he's run out of room from a weight perspective. He wants to close up in his knee when he comes right at you. He's shallower through his heart and midsection. That's a good-built one that just needs more horsepower. A lot of the same things could be said of the barrow that comes out next. Just his skeletal quality, his build, his comfort level, his look are all exceptionally good, particularly from his blade forward. He's so good-headed. He's so good neck. He's just got to be beefier through his midsection. He's got to be fuller. He's got to be fresher. That's another one maybe that just looks like he's fighting the scales a little bit as he gets out here today. Good ribbed, good-bodied one comes next, and the solid black one, he comes with some extra bone and feature. He wants to sit a little lower at the point of his shoulder. He wants to tie just a little differently right there through his ham-loin junction. I've just got to make him more unique looking ahead of his blade and just give him more presence and show ring appeal as he comes across the surface out here. One that comes next is big-chested and really fresh-backed. When you get on top of him, he gets too upright in terms of the angle to his blade and front end. I've got to give him more cushion. I've got to give him more just flex in his lower joints and allow him to just utilize his skeleton with more flex and authority. But again, his freshness, his muscle shape, just his composition allow him to go ahead and catch a pin in this competitive drive. Really, really fresh-backed one comes next. You get on top of this one, ultra impressive in terms of just the shape to his loin edge, the amount of just product this guy brings to the table. Comes in too many pieces. He's shorter and steeper out of his rump. He wants to deviate right there through his ham-loin junction. Then I've got to clean him up just a fraction right there through his rear flank. But again, muscle, freshness, and shape are all spot on within that. When we work through these next couple, we've got some that give us a good look in terms of just the extension and elevation up front. We got a real stout one here that needs to be fresher. I thought a tremendous class to round out our heavyweight division here. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos as they head back.
Quick results here from Class 11, our last and final class. Our class winner was Gavin Stryka. Gavin's Barrow was a heavy hitter, bred by Weisinger. Second in that class is Hadley Yost with a heavy hitter, bred by Ammon. And third was Lily Schaff with a buckle up from Mike Steele. Fourth was Emma Throckmorton, and fifth was Cadence Stouty. So we now will be showing the heavyweight division, champion heavyweight division, Crossbred Barrow. So you'll know what we're doing. We'll pick a champion reserve in third, just as we have in the other divisions. We'll stay with you through that. Talk to you the first 3 to 5 there on them, and then you can watch the remaining selection. Then we'll come back and we'll be picking a champion cross, and obviously at that time we'll be with you to discuss each of those. But we're now ready to select our champion heavyweight. Corb has made his way up here under the lights. Boots, you've talked about Hilty and his confirmation. Do you have any confirmation thoughts on David Corb?
You know,
outside of the fact of maybe needing a good wormman and.
Yeah, I mean Ivermectin hasn't made its way to Southern Ohio yet there, but you know, I haven't heard Corb just a whole lot, but I was actually going to have a pretty good plan for listening to Corb this week. We were going to count the amount of times he said animal on the mic. And haven't really gotten the chance to do that yet, but I'm sure whenever he gets to talk tonight, we'll be able to.
Right.
You know, you start comparing the two judges physically, and we've obviously got a little Division I that needs more feed, and we've got a 290-pounder that busted out of his pen last night and found a bag of feed and a bucket of swell, and definitely needs to be pulled back just a shot.
Corb kind of looks like he's been on some kind of jowl burner, though. I mean, he's a little trim and clean up there through his front end. Looks sharp today.
You know, he
well dressed.
It kind of just reminds you of one of them pigs when you bring them in and they just refuse to eat feed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what he reminds me of there.
Just a little hard doing. But squeals. Just probably one of them stands in a corner and squeals.
Just the kind that can find little ways to get at you and make you just a little aggravated.
Wonder what our holdup is here. Our judges are here. Everybody that's on the swine committee I can see. It looks like all the Barrows are here. Maybe it's a TV timeout. It's either a TV timeout or unless someone has thrown the flag for official review.
Well, I've often thought about that. If you could have a challenge flag, if you could buy one and throw it out, what all that could look like. New analogy, Corb is the ran it out young boy.
Yeah. Yeah. He kind of looks like some of the guys' Michons that run around. Well, it doesn't take long. You can just make a comment or two, and I mean the text messages blow up. I think we're finally ready, it sounds like. Our Class 9 winner is the Calico Destiny Danner. That bear is an all-out, bred by Mollet. I mean, you talk about one with ring presence.
Yeah, I actually got a chance to see that one last night in the back of the barn, and kind of thought about that thing off and on since then.
Class 10 winner is Zane Clark. That bear is a Say It and raised by Clarks. Then winning the last and heavy class will be Gavin Striga. Gavin's bear is a heavy hitter. Comes to us from Weisinger.
Only 3 classes in this division, but 3 very good class winners.
Yeah, so all these are the 290s. Here we go with Will.
Well, we get these 3 class winners back out here in our heavyweight crossbred division. I think first order of business, put our hands together for these 3 young people on their class winners. Excellent heavyweight division. You know, if you've fed very many show barrows, it's hard to get one to make a heavyweight. It's hard to get one that will hold everything together, yet push to the extremes and stay good ribbed, good bodied, and fresh. We think within this drive, there's one that does that so well. He's so bold and opened up when he comes right at you, tremendously round through his forerib and the center portion of his body. You get on top of him, he simply overwhelms the other 2 in terms of just the amount of spread, shape, and dimension he's got. Young man right here has got our champion heavy.
Congratulations to Gavin Striga, winning Class 11. Champion heavyweight. That is a heavy hitter and bred by Weisinger. Gavin's had a great show career. Obviously, family that is competitive as anybody in the country. That drops in Yadley Yost. Again, another heavy hitter and bred by Emmon. Will with his comments.
We drop that solid black one that's second in that last class out here, and he certainly becomes a contender because he's so good ribbed, he's so good bodied, he's so fresh and shapely when you get right on top of him. It comes down to him and the Calico there on the far corner. One of them's got just a little more punch. The other one's probably just a little better built in terms of his skeletal quality. He's better in terms of the way his head and neck attaches to him. He's just more comfortable in terms of the way he utilizes his skeleton out here. That's the young lady's Calico. He's reserve heavy.
The reserve champion heavy is Destiny Danner. That bear is an all-out and bred by Mollet. So we'll now select the bronze of this division. This lets this is Randy Jasper's Buckle Up. That's the pig. Bred by Jasper. Bear is big up high.
Big legs. Still built right, too. You know, that is one of the more impressive things about this state specifically. The amount of projects that kids bring to OIE that they've raised themselves or that their families has raised, I can promise you is nowhere else in the country there's this percentage of them are home-raised family projects there.
You know, I touch on the fact there, we was at Coba at the Coba banquet the other night, and they talked about that we had over 408 breeders, I think it was part of that program. And, you know, many of those are the younger kids that are doing just that just have, you know, a handful of litters or something like that. But so many of them taking the advantage of breeding and raising and experience in that.
We'll take the microphone here in this heavyweight division. We'll get you a third out and then continue to work through your sale lineup. We dropped that second place off belt in, and we remember him. We talked him in class. So bold-chested, so big-armed. He gets a little longer-bodied, and as a result, maybe just doesn't tie together through his midsection quite as well as some others. But when you come back to making them unique, making them comfortable, making them with big bones, and making them that can get out here and travel, we think his skeleton and ability to reach is just a notch better. We like him next. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations to Randy Jasper. That pig is a buckle up and raised by Jasper. So
neat deal there.
We'll let you continue to watch the remaining preliminary section of these heavyweight crossbred Barrows. We'll be back with you there when we select the overall champion cross here momentarily.
Fifth, Division 3, that's Gavin Stryker from Yukon. That'll bring Sailor Norvell to the ring. Minzy Kleinsmith, you're on deck in Class 9. Our sixth selection comes from Class 10. That's Zane Clark from Morris. We need Grant Gosney in the ring. Hallie Harrell from Minko, you're on deck for Class 10. Our seventh selection comes from Class 10. That's Grant Gosney from Aline Cleo. We need Hallie Harrell in the ring. Jackson Connor from Tuttle, you're on deck for Class 10. Eighth selection comes from Class 10. That's Hallie Harrell from Minko. We need Jackson Connor in the ring. Fletcher Inman from Mulhall, Orlando, you're on deck for Class 10. Our ninth selection belongs to Sailor Norvell from Amber Pocasset. That'll bring Minzy Kleinsmith from Texoma to the ring. Hagen Cundiff, you're on deck for Class 9. Number 10 comes from Class 9. That's Menzie Kleinsmith from Texoma. That'll bring Hagen Cundiff to the ring. Trevor Frankie from Covington, you're on deck in Class 9. Our 11th Division III winner is Jackson Connor from Tuttle. That'll bring Fletcher Inman from Mulhall to the ring. Brindley Horsley from Midway, you're on deck in Class 10. Our 12th selection comes from Class 10. That's Fletcher Inman from Mulhall. That'll introduce Brindley Horsley from Midway to the ring. Crew Cummins from Hollis, you're on deck in Class 10. Our 13th selection comes from Class 11. That's Lily Schoaf from Yukon. That'll bring Emma Throckmorton to the ring. Cadence Stouty from Wellston, you're on deck in 11. Our 14th selection also from Class 11. That's Emma Throckmorton from Marlow. We need Cadence Stouty in the ring. Caitlin Waggle from Fort Gibson, you're on deck for Class 11. Our 15th selection comes from Class 10. That's Brindley Horsley from Midway. That'll introduce Crew Cummins from Hollis to the ring. Dax Johnson, you're on deck in Class 10. Number 16 comes from Class 10. That's Crew Cummins from Hollis. That'll bring Dax Johnson to the ring. Hallie Johnson from Big Pasture, you're on deck for Class 10. We need Dax Johnson and his 8th place Class 10 to the show ring for preliminary sale lineup, please. Dax Johnson from Crowder to the show ring. Our 17th selection comes from Class 11. That's Cadence Stouty from Wilston. We need Caitlin Waggle in the ring. Colton Tatum, you're on deck for Class 11. Eighteenth selection comes from Class 10. That's Dax Johnson from Crowder. We need Hallie Johnson from Big Pasture in the ring. Paisley Harlan from North Rock Creek, you're on deck for Class 10. We're still waiting for Hallie Johnson from Big Pasture. We need your 9th place Class 10 dark commercial Barrow to the ring for preliminary sale lineup. Final call for Hallie Johnson, Big Pasture. We need you in the show ring with your 9th place, Class 10. Okay, we'll move on for Class 10. Paisley Harlan from North Rock Creek. We need you in the show ring. Nineteenth selection comes from Class 9. That's Hagen Kunder from Perkins. We need Trevor Frankie in the ring. Regan Rose from Alva, you're on deck in Class 9. Number 20 comes from Class 9. That's Trevor Frankie from Covington Douglas. That'll bring Regan Rose from Alva to the ring. Gauge winners, you're on deck for Class 9. Number 21 comes from Class 11. That's Caitlin Waggle. We need Colton Tatum from Adair in the ring. Bree Wright, you're on deck for Class 11. May not need her. 22nd selection comes from Class 9. That's Regan Rose from Alva. We need Gage Winters in the ring. Cooper Buck, you're on deck for Class 9. Our 23rd selection comes from Class 9. That's Gage Winters. We need Cooper Buck in the ring. Our 24th selection comes from Class 9. That's Cooper Buck from Kiefer. Our 25th and final selection for Division III Dark Crossbreds comes from Class 10. That's Paisley Harlan from North Rock Creek. Congratulations to our Division III winners. We now need all of our division placing animals. So that would be 1 through 15 in Division 1 through 25 in Division 2, and 1 through 25 now in Division 3. It's time for those animals to be in the sift area so that we can set up our dark cross breed lineup. New button for the scales, 1208. If your button, Wild Bunch button number is 1208, come see us at the announcer stand and claim your scales. Waiting on everybody to get set with their division winners so we can pick our champion, reserve champion, and several sale lineup animals for the dark crossbreds. I will remind everybody that as soon as this is done, we will have all of our breed champions selected and we will move directly into showing for grand drive here. So if you're one of the other breeds besides dark crosses, as soon as we're done lining these up, we will start working towards bringing animals to the SIFT to get organized to parade our reserves and our champions and do our selection process for that. We'll get further instruction at that time on what time to be over at the main Coliseum, where to go, so on and so forth. I think we're ready to select our champion, reserve champion, and several sale order animals from our dark cross division. We'll start by reintroducing our division winners from Division 1. The winner was Nicholas Armitage from Yukon. Goodson from Tecumseh.
We're now selecting our champion crossbred overall. Coming out of Division 1 was Nicholas Armitage. That barrel was a buckle up, bred by Mike Steele. The Division II champion is Channing Goodson. So quite frankly, from Tres Amigos. And winning the heavy division is Gavin Straka with a heavy hitter from Weisinger.
That's an awfully impressive set of division winners to come back out here. And, you know, Hilty is pretty well stuck to his guns all day on what he wanted to do and what he wanted to keep in check. And I think all three of these fit that build and just correctness of their skeleton very, very good. But there's a lot of differences outside of that, and just in terms of look and maturity and just shape on some of these. But I'll tell you, I mean, all three are the kind that y'all dream to have, and the kind you try to feed, and the kind you strive to make every day, and to hopefully get them to a show of this magnitude at this endpoint. All three of these are incredibly good kind of barrows.
Going down between breaks there, I went down there in the back and got to see them. Was up here from our angle, you see the top side of them and all, but when you get down there on them barrows, it's amazing how bold and wide they are, and you know just how much mass they have to the upper side of their skeleton. So I can just tell you that all of these, I mean, these things have really got something to them. It's when you put them in this big ring is where you see maybe the difference in terms of just the look and design and reach and go.
Yeah, 100% there. I mean, just like this middle, that thing gets about 15 foot away from you, and he finally gets to drive and just go. I mean, that's about as sharp dressed and good looking in terms of his outline that you can make. And then, I mean, obviously you get up next to that heavy, and I mean, that thing is large and
massive.
Very, very stout.
He blows open. I mean, when you get on the top side of his skeleton and see how he comes out of his blade in terms of shape and power, I mean, he has a lot. Let's hear what they say.
Well, you guys out here driving them, you can park them for just a minute. I know we've got a lot of activities to kind of roll through, but I feel like, man, we've not had as much crowd gathered around ringside as what we do right now. So as we get ready to name this champion crossbred, as we reflect back on the past year, man, there's several gentlemen that would normally be here in this barn right now that aren't with us today. You think of the impact that those men have had on this show, on the people around this ring. True leaders, industry leaders, icons. So as we get ready to name this champion crossbred, I want everybody to just take a minute and think about those men that aren't with us this year. We get these three division winners back out here. Man, they're good. They're good. Obviously, it comes down to a pair of them that are elite next level livestock. Over the past 3 days, we've tried to make them unique in terms of their build. We've tried to make them with as much just width and horsepower as we can in terms of just dimension, rib, body, muscle, while keeping it in a balanced, attractive package. We think two of them are very good. We think one of them is just next level good in terms of his look out of his front end, his length out of his hip, his ability to just get out here and cover the surface with all those extras. Young lady's middleweight.
Well, huge congratulations there at this middleweight Barrow. Channing Goodson, that is a congratulations to her family, her whole crew back there, Team JD, all of them. There, Tres Amigos, pig there he sold at Holy Smokes, I believe. So Congratulations to everybody there. That now brings in J.C. Cantrell. That one there is a heavy hitter, and obviously raised by the Cantrell family. I think Corb's going to get to talk this time.
Well, Will catches me off guard here a little bit and hands me the mic. I wasn't prepared to go ahead and talk this, but I do want to say thank you to everybody that's went in the back and helped me out, everybody working the gates, everybody around ringside. I really appreciate everybody's help, and certainly I express a lot of gratitude to have the opportunity to get in the ring here and talk this pair. It's been an awesome show here today. I get to come out here and just see them as they are here as class winners. We drop back out that middleweight or that reserve middleweight, and certainly one that stretches in a lot of different ways in terms of shape and skull. Awesome hip and hind leg. Maybe just change the way that one's tied together up front. There's another one out here that hit me awfully hard through the sith pin, just in terms of being so bold, so stout, coming right at you. Got an awesome head and skull. I thought in comparison to our champion, just didn't read with as much just real shape out of the backside of his shoulder. Maybe just wasn't quite as comfortable or neat out of his blade in terms of head and neck carriage as well. But man, one's it's awfully powerful. Very, very good pig. Young man's Barrow right here is going to be reserved.
Our reserve
cross there is Gavin Stryka. Congratulations to Gavin, his family. Awesome year they've had there. Gavin's Barrow, heavy hitter, bred by Weisinger. That brings in the reserve out of that division, Destiny Danner. That's the all-out Calico Barrow from John Mollett.
Still really impressive as we've already gotten two of these Barrows out of the way. And these two reserve divisions are definitely no slouches and definitely weren't far behind the ones that were ahead of them. I mean, like Corb just talked, that reserve middle, I mean, that one in terms of his outline and just the way he pictures from the side is hard to replicate and hard to mass produce. And then to have that kind of bone and density from behind is awfully impressive. And then obviously that Calico sticks his nose in and he's going to grab your attention when he comes in.
Well, the last time we'll take the microphone here in this dark crossbred lineup. We've got three of them out here again that we think are good. And, it comes down to the little one and the middleweight for us as we analyze them. I guess, as we step back and just study unique hogs in terms of balance and build and the way we want them put together, one of them just suits me a notch better in terms of his length of body, in terms of his moderation, in terms of the punch he's got through the center portion of his body. We don't care what they weigh out here. We're here to find the ones we like best. Lightweight's third.
So your bronze crossbred would be the Division I crossbred Barrow from Nicholas Armitage. That's a buckle up, bred by Mike Steele. Congratulations to the Steele family. Again, that's a pig we sold there at perfect timing. That brings in Cundiff's, Hagen Cundiff's Barrow. That pig would be a fully loaded from Mark Gray. That pig, I remember him selling. He sold up there at that Stillwater. Fourth selection is Destiny Danner. That is the all-out from Mollett. Certainly one of the more memorable Barrows that will have come through the ring here today.
100%, yep.
That thing, not only his kind, his color, but his kind, his uniqueness. That allows Hadley Yost. Our fifth selection goes to J.C. Cantrell, heavy hitter. That's the board. That's the one that's the litter mate to the boars there, I think, there at Premium Blend.
Yep, his mom would be Trick Daddy's mom.
Yeah, okay. And then obviously bred by Cantrell. So outstanding set there on the top five. Thank everybody for being with us on this through the Crossbred Drive. You'll continue to watch through the selection of the sale lineup all the way through. I think we'll end up with 20 plus crosses that'll get to make the sale this year. And we'll let you watch the conclusion of that, and we'll be back with you there for the grand drive.
Maddox Henry from Caddo, you're on deck in Division 2. Hadley Yost from Division 3 is our 9th one out. That'll bring Gavin Stryker to the ring. Zane Clark from Morris, you're on deck for Division 3. Our 10th selection comes from Division 2. That's Holden Winters from Altus. That'll bring Maddox Henry to the ring. Wyatt Dodd from Mustang, you're on deck for Division 2. Number 11 comes from Division 3. That's Gavin Stryker from Yukon. We need Zane Clark in the ring. Grant Gosney, you're on deck for Division 3. Our 12th selection comes from Division 1. That's Hagen Kunda from Perkins. We need Brian Holt from Shattuck in the ring. Ryder Waitman, you're on deck for Division 1. Number 13 comes from Division 1. That's Brian Holt from Shattuck. We need Ryder Waitman in the ring. Kaysen Camp, you're on deck for Division 1. Ryder Waitman from Division 1 has number 14. We need Kaysen Camp from Laverne in the ring. Sutton Stryker, you're on deck for Division 1. Number 15 comes from Division 2. That's Maddox Henry from Caddo. We need Wyatt Dodd from Mustang. Madeline Norvell, you're on deck for Division 2. 2. Our 16th selection comes from Division 1. That's Cason Camp from Laverne. We need Sutton Stryker from Yukon in the ring. Caitlin Duffer from Caddo, you're on deck for Division 1. Our 17th selection comes from Division 1. That's Sutton Stryker from Yukon. We need Caitlin Duffer in the ring. Bradshaw Bunch, you're on deck for Division 1. Our 18th selection comes from Division 2. That's Wyatt Dodd from Mustang. That'll introduce Madeline Norvell from Ampo to the ring. Tatum Smith, you're on deck for Division 2. Number 19 comes from Division 3. That's Zane Clark from Morris. That brings Grant Gosney to the ring. Hallie Harrell from Minko, you're on deck for Division 3. Our 20th selection comes from Division 1. That's Caitlin Duffer from Caddo. We need Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood in the ring. Hallie Harrell, you're on deck for Division 1. '21 comes from Division 2. That's Madeline Norvell. We need Tatum Smith in the ring. Cooper Herrenbrook from Oklahoma Union, you're on deck in Division 2. Our 22nd Dark Cross comes from Division 2. That's Tatum Smith from North Rock Creek. We need Cooper Herrenbrook from Oklahoma Union in the ring. Madison Rich, you're on deck in Division 2. Our 23rd selection comes from Division 1. That's Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. We need Hallie Harrell in the ring. Journey Danner, you're on deck in Division 1. '24th selection comes from Division 3. That's Grant Gosney from Alain Cleo. We need Hallie Harrell from Minko in the ring. Sailor Norvell, you're on deck for Division 3. Number 25 comes from Division 2. That's Cooper Herrenbrook from Oklahoma Union. We need Madison Rich from Stratford in the ring. Clay Dorman, you're on deck for Division 2. Our 26 dark cross comes from Division 3. That's Hallie Harrell from Minko. We need Sailor Norvell in the ring. Minzy Kleinsmith from Texoma, you're on deck in Division 3. Number 27 is Madison Rich from Stratford. We need Clay Dorman from Lindsay in the ring. Gracie Ray, you're now on deck for Division 2. '28th selection comes from Division 2. That's Clay Dorman. We need Gracie Ray in the ring. Braxton Willis from Caney Valley, you're on deck for Division 2. Number 29 comes from Division 1. That's Hallie Harrell from Minko. We need Journey Danner from Altus in the ring. Channing Goodson, you're on deck for Division 1. Number 30 comes from Division 2. That's Gracie Ray from Midway. We need Braxton Willis in the ring. Molly Noyes from Morrison, you're on deck in Division 2. '31 comes from Division 3. That's Sailor Norvell from Amber Pocasset. We need Minzy Kleinsmith from Texoma. In the ring, Jackson Connor, you're on deck in Division 3. Number 32 comes from Division 3. That's Minzy Kleinsmith from Texoma. We need Jackson Connor in the ring. Fletcher Inman, you're on deck for Division 3. '33 comes from Division 1. That's Journey Danner from Altus. We need Channing Goodson in the ring. Avon Heaton from Alva, you're on deck in Division 1. Our 34th selection comes from Division 3. That's Jackson Connor from Tuttle. We'll need Fletcher Inman in the ring. Lily Schoaf from Yukon, you're on deck for Division 3. '35 comes from Division 3. That's Fletcher Inman. We're ready for Lily Schoaf in the ring. Emma Throckmorton, you're on deck for Division 3. Number 36 comes from Division I. That's Channing Goodson from Tecumseh. We need Avon Heaton from Alva in the ring. Dax Inman, you're on deck in Division I. Number 37 comes from Division III. That's Lily Schoaf from Yukon. We need Emma Throckmorton from Marlow in the ring. Brindley Horsley from Midway, you're on deck. Number 38 comes from Division III. That's Emma Throckmorton from Marlow. We need Brindley Horsley in the ring. Crew Cummins, you're on deck for Division III. Our 39th selection comes from Division III. That's Brindley Horsley from Midway. That'll introduce Crew Cummins to the ring. Cadence Stouty from Wilston, we need you on deck in Division III. Our 40th selection comes from Division I. That's Avon Heaton from Alva. We need Dax Inman in the ring. Ava Gilcrease, you'll be on deck for Division I. Our 41st selection comes from Division I. That's Dax Inman from Mulhall. That'll bring Ava Gilcrease from Turner to the ring. Ava Gilcrease, we're waiting on you for sale lineup for these dark crosses. We need your Class 1 dark cross. Our 42nd and final dark cross selection comes from Division 2. That's Braxton Willis from Caney Valley. Congratulations to our dark cross exhibitors. We don't have a planned break between now and showing or doing our showing here to select our Grand Reserve and Bronze. So if you have those, as soon as we get the sift area cleared from those dark crosses, we certainly need all of our champions and reserves and bronze animals up here for each breed in the sift area. So we didn't have any winners for the button drawing for the scales. So while we're setting up the show for grand, we're going to auction this set of scales off. So if you're interested in bidding on a set of scales slightly used here at the show, we would, brand new set, $4,250 is what they're going to cost if you go buy them new. Is that what you're saying? We're going to start at $1,500. If you want to bid on these scales, Mr. Gosney here is your man. He's going to take care of you.
Testing. All right, how much on the set of scales? 12 and a half, 15. 15 where? I got 1,500 now, 17 and a half. 17 and a half where? But it was 1750. 1750 where? I'm at 1,500, got to be 17 and a half. Live money at 15, got to be 16 then. Who gives 16? 16 where? But it was 1,600. 1,600 where? But it was 16, but it was 16. 16, you brought, but it was 16. 1,600 where? But it was 16. I got 16 now, 17. 17 now, 18. 18 now, 19. 1,900, but it been 2,000. 2, but it been 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 2. 2,000 where? On the scales did you do it at 2? 2, now 21. 21, now 2. 22, 22, 22. I'm at 22, now 3. 2,300 where? But I'm 23, now 4. 2,400 where? But I'm 24. I'm at 2,300, got to be 24. 24, now 5. But I'm 2,500. 25. 25. Anybody else at 25? 25 and now 6. 2,600 where? But I'm 26. 26. 26. I need 26. I'm at 25, got to be 26. 26, now 7. 27 where? But I'm 27. I'm 27 where? But I'm 27 bills. I'm at 26, got to be 27. I'm at 26 back here, got to be 27 up high. 27 where? But you do it at 27 and I. 2,700 way under the money. 2,700 and I. Sold out 2,600, Mr. Heron's way. Thank you guys, to a good cause.
If you happen to be the winning bidder, we need you down here at the announcer stand so we can square things up. Thank you very much for your help. I'm sure that'll go right into the Wild Bunch pot and be spent on our students over the next day or two. Once again, we need all of our champions, reserves, and bronze medallion breed champions in the sift at this time, please. We're waiting on several of our bronze. Okay, we need the following. They're all thirds. We need the following bronze animals to the sift area. We need the Duroc bronze, the Burke bronze, the Duroc bronze, the Hereford bronze, the Spot bronze, and the York bronze. And look, Poland as well. Is that it? And the Poland. All of those bronze we need. We're going to parade those animals, so we need them up here for the grand drive. We need the bronze Burke, York, and Poland. Need the bronze Burke, York, and Poland. That means the third place, and those breeds need to come to the sift area, please. We'll bring in those bronze medallion breed champions. First, we're going to parade them through and let them exit. Our third Berkshire was shown by Adler Bates from Alva. Our third Duroc was shown by Alex Woodring from Lomega. Our third Hereford was Emma Partain from Merritt. The third spot was shown by Preston Haynes from Tecumseh. The third Yorkshire was shown by Zane Clark from Morris. The third Chester was Case Brassfield from Minco. The third Hamp was shown by Callie High from Sterling. The third Poland was shown by Kai Craig from Locust Grove. The third light cross belongs to Parker Eubanks from Wilson and Carter County. And our third dark cross was shown by Nicholas Armitage of Yukon. Let's congratulate our bronze winners as they exit the arena. We're ready to parade our reserve champions, starting with the Berkshire, shown by Evan Hinkle from Yukon. Duroc was shown by Reagan Biggerstaff from Anadarko. The Hereford Barrow is shown by Bella Ball from Cashin. The Spot is shown by Peyton Kindholtz from Tonkawa. The York, shown by Nicholas Armitage from Yukon. The Chester Reserve, shown by Madeline Gray from Van Oss. The Hampshire was shown by Gavin Strika from Yukon. The Poland Reserve, shown by Case McPeak from Smithville. The Light Cross Reserve was Jaylee Buck from Kiefer. And the Dark Cross Reserve was shown by Gavin Strika from Yukon. Exhibitors, let's pin those reserves.
Now ready to bring in our breed champions here. We'll bring in the champion Berkshire. This is Allison Sawyer. This pig here would be sired by Game On. My understanding, that's a pig there at Otten Walters, littermate to Game of Thrones. Nice burst of Barrow. See that one come at you, Boots?
He's wide. He's opened up for sure.
Eviru Cantrell comes in next. A pig bred by Cantrells, sired by Main Man. Our champion Hereford is Tristan Nelson. This is a pig from G3 and sired by Pony. The champion spot is Jackson Connor, bred by Dodd, sired by Charge. Our York champion is Cutter Ward. Cutter's pig is from MC3 Ward, sired by Next on Deck. The champion Chester comes in. This is Presley Bennett. This pig bred by Heron, sired by Hired Gun. Wade Ritchie and his champion Hampshire from TKO, sired by Pass the Hat. Next in, we'll have the champion Poland. Summer Prince, or Poland, is sired by Love Tap and bred by Dieterding. The champion Light Cross comes in next. That's Avery Throckmorton. That pig would be sired by Endgame and bred by Weathers. And then next is the champion Dark Cross. This is Channing Goodson. Channing's Barrow is quite frankly, bred by Trace Amigo. So, Boots, you got a quick thought after seeing all the champion reserves and bronze come in?
It's just fun seeing them all come back. Started off in them bronze all the way to this moment, and it's an incredible set of Barrows. It's really fun to see these ones that have showed a day ago or 2 days ago come back and see what they look like today amongst the rest of them. And it's a really, really impressive set. As you can see. Both judges there are probably looking at the Hampshire and the Cross probably the most diligently. And obviously we just would have seen that Cross a few minutes ago there in that drive. But two pigs that match up really well. They're sharp looking, they're sharp dressed, they're fat backed up high.
I think to that point, I think the set. Look at the blue one. Look at the the spots, and the pigs are pretty consistent, I would say.
Yeah, they've got a sharp look, but at the same time, they're not sharp sissies. They're bulky bodied and full through their cage and big up high and heavy boned and still loose, very, very loose and athletic as a set for sure. I'm not sure I'd want to be in their position right now.
I think we're going to put them down. Let them slow down. Maybe that's the best way to say it. Let them slow down. And then I think Hilty told me there a moment ago that he wanted to grab the mic one more time and say a few things about it while we had the crowd here just for the pig deal here. So I think we'll have a moment or two from them. Again, I want to just commend the guys. I think they've done a good job all the way through the whole time. Will Hilty, a great friend of mine. And one, like I said, I don't know if there's anybody that's truly any more passionate about the business than he is. I do think that is an individual that just absolutely loves what he does every day, and like so many.
100%.
I guess he's wanting to bring the reserves out. We're going to put some more out here.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that all week Will and David Bolt have put everything they have.
I wonder how many pigs we can get in the ring. This may be a first for the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Leave it to the Pennsylvania resident to
Yeah,
change things up.
the hillbilly from Pennsylvania just brings them all out. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
You might kind of just describe to him what the
process
of this drive
is. So obviously tonight is the grand finale and the grand drive across the road, and so our judges right now are actually making their selection for grand, reserve grand, and bronze overall. And what they will be doing, they will make that decision and actually write that decision down. We did it in the goat show last night. They're doing it here now. I don't know where they're at across the street on the sheep and the cattle, but we make those selections now. Therefore, when we get to the grand drive tonight, it's more of a process for the kids and not near as much pressure from all other aspects of getting them there and everything else. So that's why they're diligent in terms of wanting to look at the reserves and line everything up, and then know what they have and what they want to do. So that's why we have all those out. It does allow that we could possibly, I don't know that it's ever happened, but we could use 3 in a breed.
100%. Yeah, and I mean, I'd say the big advantage here, I guess we're going to hear from Will real quick.
We'll keep it brief. I know you guys had to spend some time in the back there waiting, but man, I think we'd be amiss if as we wrap up these 3 days, man, this is one well-oiled machine here at OYE. So for the people that make it happen, which I had no idea, do you realize it takes 25 people to make this show ring work? From the people in the back swinging the gates to making sure things are lined up. You go to some shows and you try to do a third overall, and it's a cluster. You come here, you go 40 and 50 deep sometimes. So to be able to pull that off and do it in a fashion that they do it in here, nobody does it better. Let's put our hands together for these guys that make all those things happen. Pigs have been great. Young people have been outstanding. We'll see y'all out there later this evening.
So that's it, a man of a few words. Will Hilty with his closing remarks. I think he's going to hold it all together. I did hear he wrote a novel for tonight, so he'll give us his closing comments there. The cool thing, again, is 6 o'clock tonight, all the grand drive starts. We invite you to join us. As we said earlier today, not only will you be able to catch this on Kennedy Venture, Walton Webcasting, but we're real proud that the Cowboy Channel is going to pick this up tonight. You'll be able to watch it live through that and stream through their different avenues. So very excited about it. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you all. We'll be back tonight at 5:30.
Instructions from this point. You exhibitors, the grand drive starts at 6. When do we want them in place over there? 5, no later than 5:30. We need all of the exhibitors, champions and reserves, have pins built for them over where they show goats, okay? So that's just above the ramp going into the Coliseum. Bronze will have to find a pen, an empty pen in the stalls where they where they usually stall goats. But the champs and reserves will have pens provided for them. That you all need to be over there no later than 5:30 so that we can get you lined up and get you ready to go on the floor. My guess is we will be first because we're always first. And so if you've got questions about that, we'll be here for a little bit here at the announcer stand.